What up, everybody? Good morning. Good morning. Today is day 2 of Stefon Diggs' criminal charge. Remember, he's on trial for strangulation, strangling his chef. Now, yesterday was some fireworks in a courthouse. Many people don't believe the chef because she did not give the police officers the full details of her relationship with Stefon Diggs. Also, it looks like it's a money grab. But there was 2 clips that actually went viral yesterday, so we're gonna go over those very briefly just to catch you up. For those of you who have not been following the case, the only witness so far that has been called to the stand is the actual victim, which is the chef in this case. So there was 1 clip where the chef is accusing Stefon Diggs of strangulation and says she had been upset with him because he canceled her travel to Miami after she had already planned outfits with Cardi B. Says the assault caused her to urinate herself. So the defense is pretty much saying that she's motivated by money, she's motivated by fame, success, and pretty much trying to make her look like a woman scorned because they did in fact confirm that she had an actual relationship with Stefon. So let's play this really quickly.
Asked me what was I doing for the week. And I asked him, oh, so you weren't going to tell me that I wasn't able to come to Art Basel? And he explained why, and it was because of the situation with me and the other coworker, Lindsay Bolin. And I was upset with him, not upset at the fact I couldn't go to Art Basel. Me and him have a relationship for over 4.5 years. He could have told me weeks ahead of time because me and his girlfriend, Cardi B, we were talking about having like outfits and stuff. It was like a whole thing being planned, and he just waited till the last day. So I was more upset with him not letting me know I wasn't going to come like at an earlier time.
When you're in your bedroom by yourself, what, if anything, were you doing?
I was sitting on the bed, laying across the bed, at my laptop, reading a cookbook, actually.
And did you receive any text or send any text to Mr. Diggs?
No, the morning text that was in the morning. We had went back and forth in morning text.
You had some previous texts in the morning.
Yes.
Let's go. You're in the bedroom. What happens next?
I was in the bedroom. Mr. Diggs came into my room. I was laying across the bed. He came into my room.
When you were in the bedroom, was the door closed?
Yes, the door was closed.
So when he came in, did he open the door?
Yes, he opened the door.
Did he leave it open after him?
No, he closed the door behind him.
And you said you were on the bed?
Yes, I was laying across the bed. He came in and he with intent to hurt me.
No. What? Not his intent or anything. What actually happened?
He was leaning against the dresser. He asked me to get up to come here. I got up off the bed and I came across to him and I stood in front of him, like I stood on the side of him because he was leaning back. I stood on the side of him. And he was like, what was all that shit you was talking?
And then what happened?
And I was beginning to say, you said, and I couldn't finish my statement, and he smacked me.
So when you say he smacked
you...
He
smacked me with an open hand.
Do you know which hand he used?
Right hand, right side of my face.
Do you know which part of your face got hit?
I went to try to like block him, like push him like this, to like stop.
So again, I see you're pushing your hands out.
I pushed up. He's way taller than me. I pushed up for him.
How tall are you?
4'11", 5 feet.
And how tall is he? Do you know?
6 feet, 6'1".
So you said you pushed out and you made a motion with your hands. So does that mean you pushed with your hands?
Yes.
Around what, like his stomach, his chest, his shoulders?
Like up to block his hands.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then he... Can I have a second? Can I have a second?
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can take a minute. So this is where she actually lost a lot of people because the defense actually was able to pull up videos of her partying the next day, hanging out, and they even submitted screenshots within that video of the right side of her face, which is where she said she was assaulted at, and there was no visible injuries. Most importantly, she said that Stefon came into the room and closed the door, so there's no actual witnesses to this besides her. and they have done, to me, I think, a fantastic job discrediting her, pointing out her motives, exposing the fact that they had an actual relationship. I mean, this woman testified and said that she knew Stefon Diggs for 4 years prior to becoming his chef. So she was there before Cardi B. And I guess she had no choice but to accept the fact that he was with Cardi B in a public relationship, because Cardi B is a celebrity multimillionaire. And if anything, Stefon could have to borrow money from Cardi B, just like her other baby father, aka husband, Offset, right? So it's giving jealousy. It's giving scorn woman. It's giving you cried too soon. You tried to force yourself to cry and get an emotional reaction at that particular moment in time when you was remembering what happened to you. Like you're so traumatized, but your visible injuries is not up to par. It doesn't substantiate the testimony based upon the evidence that I see so far. Now, I will say that I do believe she's infatuated with Stefon, that she's playing a get back game. I do believe in that moment when he came into the room to strangle her, she did expect and think that he was going to, you know, have sex with her. I honestly believe that. Honestly. And so again, when it comes to motivations, it seems like she's a gold digger. Seems like she's motivated by fame, motivated by being scorned. But I still believe whatever she's saying that Stefon did to her as far as a violent act, because we've seen that he has a history of violence, a bad temperament. He has a history of that, and we've seen it before. But that does not mean on this particular occasion that particular character trait showed up. But in the court of law, that actually might be used against him, especially if he have prior convictions for violence and so forth. So let's get to the juicy clip that went extremely viral, where she actually finally admitted that she had an actual relationship with Stefon Diggs, one of the many hundreds of whatever women out there that he's been with. And I don't know how old she is. I think she's like early 40s. She's continuing her testimony today. We're going to figure out if she was actually pregnant by Stefon at some point in time, because that's what it's giving. And again, if you was going to be this scorned, you should have remained pregnant so that you can get child support and all this other stuff that real scorned women do. It's not like it would have been Stefon's 10th child born in 2025, 2026, because I still believe he has more kids out there that has not come, and the women have not come forward just yet.
How would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Diggs?
I would say it's complicated. We had it started out as friends. We met. It started out as friends, became sexual, and we would meet up, hang out, and we decided I would come work for him like February of 2025.
You said February 2025, you and he talked about you working for him?
Yes.
And that's as a private. How would you characterize your relationship with Mr. Diggs?
So again, she knew him for 4 years prior to working with him. So she knew him ever since 2001, or around the time, probably like during the pandemic or whatever, is when she met him. And that's a long time, honestly. This lady is getting older. She's in her 40s. Stats and statistics show that, you know, the older women get and they're single, the more likely they're going to end up alone. So she was cooking, cleaning, and doing all the screwing, picking up the leftovers, okay? And the conflict erupted simply because she had shared personal details about Stefon's actual life dealing with other women to Cardi B, as if she cared. She knew what type of dog she was with from the get-go. As a matter of fact, she knew what type of dog he was based on your interaction with him. You knew him for 4 years prior to working for him. Everybody around Stefon, it seems like he really has some type of narcissistic abuse tendencies towards them. But again, this case is really about, based on the evidence, did he or did he not put his hands on his woman? And right now, she's still testifying, so we don't know what she's going to say today. to substantiate if he did or did not commit that crime. But the defense, like I said, they're doing a fantastic job chopping it down and making it look like she's a scorned woman. Let me go back to while we wait for the case to begin today. Let's go back to the opening statement by the people, because see, an opening statement is not proof of any it's not proof of anything or any crime. It's just an opening statement. But them opening statements can do a number on a case and be quite convincing if you ask me. But again, opening statements is not proof of anything. It's just the DA and the defense showing and telling the jury what type of case that they have before them.
Good morning. My name is Drew Virtue. I introduced myself earlier when we had a large group, and now that it's a smaller group, I just wanted to reintroduce myself again. To give you some room to stand on here of parties and what they're doing. My name is Drew Virtue. I'm the prosecutor, meaning I'm going to be presenting evidence supporting the defendant's guilt. Defense counsel will be representing their client. We'll have the clerk here, whose job it is to create a car of and about, or here to make sure that we're safe, as well as help people kind of figure out where they need to go. The judge's job is to, kind of clunky term from law school, be the master of the law. And that leaves you guys, which equally clunky term for the jury is the master of the facts. It's the idea that it's your job, it's your exclusive job, your special job, to determine the facts at stake that we're talking about, what actually happened. And this is concerning what happened on December 2nd of 2025. Now, you're going to have an opportunity to hear from some witnesses. You're going to have an opportunity to hear from Ms. Mila Adams. She'll tell you about her career as a private chef. She'll tell you how she came to know the defendant, about how she came to be working as a chef for him. She'll tell you about her experience working for Mr. Diggs. I expect she'll tell you about a disagreement she had with some members of his staff. And then I expect that she'll tell you about what happened on December 2nd. And I remind you, it's your job here today to determine what happened on December 2nd. I expect Ms. Mila Adams, when she takes that stand, she'll tell you how she was texting with the defendant about her boss, Mr. Diggs. That on that text they started arguing, they started name calling. I expect she'll tell you how she was in her bedroom at his house, how he entered her bedroom, walked up to her, and slapped her. I expect she's going to tell you how he put her in a headlock, the difficulty she had breathing, that he threw her on the bed, and then he left. I expect she's going to tell you then how that affected her, what she did after her, how she continued working for him afterwards, how she had a dispute with him over a payment, how his staff told her that she needed to sign a non-disclosure agreement to get paid. I expect she'll tell you that it wasn't until after this incident on December 2nd that anyone talked to her about a non-disclosure agreement. I expect for her to tell you how she eventually left that job as a chef, Mr. Diggs, and how she eventually reported what happened to her to the police. You also have an opportunity to hear from an officer from the Dedham Police, one Kenneth Ellis. He'll tell you about his training that he undertook in order to become an officer, and how on December the 16th, Ms. Mila Adams came to the Dedham Police Station to talk to the police. He'll be able to tell you a bit about that encounter, what he saw, a little bit about that conversation, and ultimately how he chose to, how charges were filed against Mr. Diggs. Now, in this case, Mr. Diggs has no obligation to call any witnesses. He may choose not to call any witnesses, and you cannot hold that against him. But in the event that he does call witnesses, I ask that you give his witnesses the same care, the same attention, and the same scrutiny that you give to the Commonwealth's witnesses. It's part of your job as jurors, as the master of the facts, to listen to every witness, to pay attention, and to assess their credibility. In doing so, I ask that you keep two things in mind. One, what the witness had an opportunity to see or not to see. Whether the witness had an actual opportunity to witness the crime or just saw things in and around it. And two, what sort of financial relationship each witness had to Mr. Diggs. I imagine the defense may argue that Ms. Adams' financial dispute with Mr. Diggs is an important part of this case, and I'd say it is an important part of this case. But just in the same way that her financial relationship to Mr. Diggs is important, so is all the witnesses' financial relationship to Mr. Diggs. Now, at the conclusion of evidence, I'll have an opportunity to come back to you again. During that time, in closing arguments, I'll ask you to come to a decision based on the evidence you heard. But right now, what I'm asking you is to not come to any decisions. Right now, your main job is to listen. It's to pay attention, to give every bit of evidence the attention and the scrutiny it deserves. And when I say every bit of evidence, I do mean every bit of evidence, because in cases like this, every bit of evidence is important. Thank you.
So this defense, excuse me, that's the state attorney. He's quite boring and unconvincing just because his personality. So as a lawyer, you really have to perform your ass off. That's a state attorney who handles many, many cases, and Stefon Diggs is just one of many case files that are open within his office. Stefon obviously had to go out and hire private counsel, so these people definitely are going to work and do a thorough job at investigating the facts and getting down to the bottom of it. So here is the defense opening statements that the strangulation never happened.
Your Honor. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. The assault the Commonwealth just described in their opening statement in only a few sentences. It never happened. Did not happen. There was no strangulation, there was no assault, there was no incident on December 2nd or any other day. There were 6 people in Mr. Diggs' home on December 2nd, and not one heard or saw anything out of the ordinary. The Commonwealth has no physical evidence. There are no medical records. There are no photos or videos showing any injuries. There are videos showing no injuries at all. Pay attention to where those came from. On December 16th, as the Commonwealth just said, Ms. Adams went to the police, and you will learn that after that, on the very day the complaint issued in this case, December 29th, demands for money from Mr. Diggs began coming from Ms. Adams' agents. Starting the end of December on the 29th with over $19,000, and the most recent being a sum for quite a bit more. My name, again, is Andrew Kettlewell, and with my partner, Ms. Silva, we represent Stefon Diggs, who I'm actually going to ask to stand up for a moment. Mr. Diggs is a 33-year-old professional football player and businessman. He played for the New England Patriots last year. He's from Maryland. He's joined here with his mother. Thank you. You're going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, that December 2nd, 2025 was a day like any other for Stefon Diggs. He was in a good mood. The Patriots had played the night before. They'd won. He played well. He was going to head into work on December 2nd, just like any other day after a game, for treatment, film review, team meetings. And that night, on December 2nd, 2025, he and his closest friends were scheduled to fly to Miami, Florida. That was for the 1 week off he had during the season, the 1 week of vacation. It's called a bye week. During that day, after he went to work, friends began arriving at his house, folks who were also joining him on the trip to Miami. There were other people in his house. One of those people who I expect you're going to hear from is his assistant, Janelle Salas. You'll hear people refer to her as Sunny. You're going to hear from Ms. Salas that for the entire afternoon, she was in Mr. Diggs' home in Dedham on Schoolmaster Street, sitting in the kind of main area, living room, kitchen area, watching people come and go. And she was getting things ready for the trip that night. Miss Adams, you're going to hear, was also in that house. She lived and worked in that house as Mr. Diggs' chef for the regular season. And that was from July 2025 to December 2025. That morning, Miss Adams was not happy. Instead, she was quietly seething about being left off that trip to Miami. I mentioned they were going to Miami that night and that Mr. Diggs is a businessman. In Miami, you're going to hear that there was an art show where a furniture line he collaborated with a person on was being displayed. But also in Miami, you're going to hear that Mr. Diggs had a birthday party. He had just turned 33, and that there was a week's worth of fun. And Miss Adams initially was expected to be on the trip, but she had been left off. And she'd been left off because she'd spent the previous several days feuding with that business partner from the furniture line who was in Miami. And that person's name is Lindsay. I'm going to get back to that in one moment. But why was Miss Adams so frustrated that morning? Why was she so upset about Mr. Diggs taking this Lindsay's side in a feud over hers? It's because Miss Adams wasn't just a chef. She had known Mr. Diggs for years previous to ever working for him. They had been friends, and at times they'd been friends with benefits. That relationship had led to Miss Adams getting the job to cook for Mr. Diggs. She got to live in the house. She went to games. She sat with the owners of an NFL team, went to parties. She was paid $2,000 a week in reimbursement for what she claimed she spent on groceries. And she had plenty of opportunity to talk to Mr. Diggs about trying to get him to invest in her to open her dream restaurant. As that season wore on, her place in Mr. Diggs' circle began to slip, and things came to a head in late November when that issue that I just mentioned, the feud between her and this person named Lindsay, popped up. That feud, it's about an anonymous blog post that was posted on the internet. Lindsay said that Miss Adams posted it. Miss Adams said Lindsay was the problem. The blog, the drama, all of that, it's not important to this case. What is important is that by December 2nd, 2025, Miss Adams was furious. She was upset about being left off the trip. She was upset about Mr. Diggs taking Lindsay's side over her in that argument. And so while he was at work, she was at the house. And you will see the text messages, I expect, that she sent to him that morning. You'll see her frustration boiled over. A quick word about those text messages. I expect you're going to see most, if not all, of these messages. And there's some language in there that is not typically courtroom appropriate. There's cursing, there's slang. The one thing I ask of you is that you don't let the way that the messages, the two parties in the messages communicated with one another, interfere with your ability to understand the content and to understand their importance. Because you're going to see what that exchange was about. You're going to see it was about this dispute, about Miss Adams being left off the Miami trip, and about Mr. Diggs picking somebody else's side over her. And you're going to hear why that's important. Because as I said, Miss Adams went to the Dedham Police Department on December 16th. And she made her report. And she told them that the argument on December 2nd was about money. She told them that's what the fight was about, over text and in real life, and that's how things got out of hand. She didn't mention Miami. Listen to what else she didn't mention. And 2 days later, she sent the Dedham Police Department a screenshot of the text messages she said, and you just heard the Commonwealth say, led into that fight. Led over the phone to Mr. Diggs, coming into her room and committing this offense. And you're going to see those messages that she sent to the Dedham police. And I expect that what the evidence is going to show you, after you've seen those, after you've seen all the messages that she did not show to the Dedham police, the evidence is going to show you that she curated the messages. She omitted some,
Also, I want to say, based upon the testimony and evidence that I seen yesterday, she went to the police on December the 16th, which is 2 weeks after the incident happened. She did not document her injuries, but what did they do was pull up a video of her having fun and twerking in her car and back at home after she made the police report. So quite naturally, those injuries that she claimed to have substantiated and marks would have disappeared prior to her even making the police report, let alone being on video back at home. But again, this is tainted evidence. Even if she was injured, she should have documented. I think all women document their injuries. We see so many stories every single day where people look like they're happy in happy relationships, but then voila, there's documented injuries released. Prime example, look at Cassie. She documented her injuries, so did her mother, and they was able to use them about 10 years later in a civil RICO lawsuit, as well as a criminal case against him. So women always document their evidence. I think at this point in time, that should become taboo and that should be expected. The fact that she does not have the proof definitely weakens her case. So people are saying that this witness is horrible.
Moved other messages before she sent them to the Dedham police to fit her narrative. By the way, on December 2nd, she indicated to the police as well that she had not been paid for November. You're going to hear a little bit about her payment and about her paperwork, and we'll get to that in one moment. A few of the people who you're going to hear from in this trial, many of them do work or have been associated with Mr. Diggs. Sonny, his assistant, is one of the witnesses you're going to hear from. I indicated to you she was inside the home that day, sitting in the living room, watching people come and go, doing her job like normal. She personally spoke to Miss Adams throughout that day, and she'll tell you what she observed. You're going to hear from other folks who talked or texted with Miss Adams that day as well. You're going to learn that Mr. Diggs had a scheduled day. He was at work in Foxborough, and even after he got back from work, he had a set schedule. He had an IV treatment for 1 hour and a 2-hour massage that followed. Following that, as I said, they were getting on the airplane and they were flying to Miami. As for Miss Adams, what you'll hear is that there was nothing out of the ordinary. She was normal. She cooked dinner for Mr. Diggs on December 2nd. She chatted on the phone and spent the afternoon and early evening in the house, and that night she flew to New York City to spend her week off with friends. Now, I've said normal a few times already in this case. Let me pause and tell you what normal was like in the Diggs house. Mr. Diggs is a highly regarded professional athlete. He owns a clothing line, a furniture line that I've already mentioned, and other businesses. And he's a public figure. He has a coterie of family, friends, and staff around him at all times. Good professional athletes are paid very well in this country, and Mr. Diggs is very good at his job. He has the means to support his friends, family, and staff, and he takes good care of his people. You're going to hear that on December 2nd, he was taking his entire entourage on an airplane down to Miami and putting them up for weeks' worth of events and parties, and that wasn't even out of the ordinary. So normal in the Mr. Diggs house is a little bit different from normal in your house or mine. But just like any other person in this country, rich or poor, Mr. Diggs sits here an innocent man. And any preconceptions or feelings you have about athletes, wealth, or anything else, you have to put aside and not let interfere with the oath you just took as jurors. So we've talked about December 2nd because that's the day Miss Adams claimed this incident occurred. You're going to hear about other days as well. You'll hear a little bit, like I said, about that November blog incident because it led up to the text exchange on December 2nd. The text exchange, the Commonwealth just told you, led into this physical assault that Miss Adams claims occurred. You also heard a moment ago that she flew to New York City that night. And I expect that you're going to hear from the people she stayed with in New York City. Their names...
Wait, give me 1 second. What day did she fly to New York City? Because I think I misstated the evidence in record. if she went to New York City December the 2nd and they have pictures and videos dated December 2nd, December the 3rd, then this case is already over because there was no injuries on her face. I thought those were videos and pictures, that were pretty much put into evidence weeks later.
The text exchange the Commonwealth just told you led into this physical assault that Miss Adams claims occurred. You also heard a moment ago that she flew to New York City that night. And I expect that you're going to hear from the people she stayed with in New York City. Their names are Shai Charles and Natalia Moses. They're both hairstylists who live in New York City, and you're going to see videos from Miss Adams' trip to New York City. Videos recorded only hours after she had landed.
Oh, wow.
Hours after this alleged incident had occurred. Videos from later that week, the next day, and a few days after that. And when you hear about...
All right, let's start it then. All right. Thank you so much for gifting membership She Paints. Y'all like this video. I know the numbers are low, but we down. We gonna come back up stronger and better and faster.
What? All right.
Every time. Y'all know how this go.
Hey. All persons having anything to do with for the Honorable Jean Marion Carroll, First Justice of the District Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This honorable court is now in session. You may be seated.
Like, bro, can you speak normal?
All right.
It's like it's a ritual in there.
I hope you had a good evening, and I just want to inquire and see, has any member of the jury had any difficulty following my instructions not to discuss this case with anyone, not to visit any areas that have been mentioned in connection with this matter since yesterday? I see no hands raised and all heads going in the right direction. Thank you. And how about, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case outside of this courtroom since yesterday that has affected or would affect your ability to consider this case in any way as a fair and impartial juror? No. Thank you all very much. All right, with that, I think we're ready to proceed. Commonwealth, is the witness available?
Yes, I believe we're in the cross.
We are.
So, cross-examination.
Just a reminder.
Now she's limping, y'all.
Morning. Just a reminder that you're still under oath.
Okay.
And Ms. Adams, again, as of the same as yesterday, if you could do your best to keep your voice up, that is appreciated.
Yes.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Adams, on January 1st, 2026, you sent Steph's girlfriend a text message that later appeared on TMZ's website, correct?
Yes.
And in that text message, you told Steph's girlfriend that you were so sorry, but you couldn't talk to her, right?
Yes.
And you told Steph's girlfriend in that text message, I didn't say that, especially in the way it was written.
Yes.
Right? And you were talking about the statement that you made to the Dedham police, right?
It was a voicemail, and I didn't listen. I read the transcript, so I didn't know her voice.
When you told Steph's girlfriend on January 1st, 2026...
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. So
I haven't finished my question. When you told Steph's girlfriend on January 1st, 2026, in a written text message, I didn't say that, you were referring to the statements that were reported in the press that you gave to the Dedham Police Department, correct?
I don't understand your question.
Did you or did you not write those words?
I don't understand your question.
I mean, I see why she didn't tell the Denham police every single detail, because they reported what she did say, and she would have been exposed, and people would have been able to play underneath her clothes and call her this and that. Mind you, she was smashing Stefon before Cardi B came into the picture years. Just imagine you, Cardi B, you climb all the way to the top floor just to shit on niggas, and you got to share some stick with a light-skinned chili from TLC.
Without further
A broke
explaining.
one at that.
You can't testify under oath to this jury what you meant by the words you wrote to Steph's girlfriend on January 1st, 2026?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question without further explaining.
You also asked Steph's girlfriend.
Girl, shut up and show her the evidence and then ask her to testify about that.
To quote, please call my mediator and she will answer everything you need to know, but only in person and confidentially. Right?
Yes.
Your mediator's name is Lynette Marie, right?
Lynette Marie.
Thank you. She's also known as Lynette Marie Turner.
I don't know.
You don't know your mediator's last name?
I don't know her. She's married. I don't know her exact last name.
Your mediator works for a company called LMT Global, correct?
Yes, that's her company.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Got it.
I'm showing you a corporate document from the state of Michigan. It is an amended annual report filed by LMT Global Corporation. Can you please read the name of the president of that company?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sidebar.
Your mediator, Lynette Marie, issued a money demand to Stefon Diggs on December 29th, the day the criminal complaint in this case issued, right?
I'm not sure of the date.
Well, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If she recognizes it.
Do you recognize this email from L. Marie on December 29, 2025 to Stefon Diggs and a number of other people?
No, I don't recognize it.
You've never seen this money demand before?
I seen the money demand after that's it. I don't recognize the email.
Testimony under oath is that your mediator made a money demand on December 29th for money for you from Mr. Diggs.
Money for past wages.
The same day the criminal complaint in this case issued, and you didn't see it?
I can't answer that question.
I'm sorry?
I can't answer that question without explaining further.
Can't answer that question under oath.
Without explaining.
Your mediator demanded $19,000 on that date, didn't she?
For wages owed, yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike that.
Overruled. Answer stands.
Ooh,
Sorry?
overruled.
Answer stands.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ooh, let me go back. That's important.
You've made another money demand in this
One
case,
second.
haven't you? Your Honor, I move to strike that.
Nope.
Your mediator demanded $19,000 on that date, didn't she?
For wages owed, yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike that.
No, they trying to destroy the Silver case and making all kind of mistakes. You just got her to testify in this case 19,000. This transcript can be used on like a summary judgment or like in a hearing about specific damages and money owed. This, and she don't even have to testify. She did it right here.
Actually, before we get there, the 19,000.
I didn't get a chance to answer the question.
Before we get there,
Look at her.
Are you withdrawing your
Yes.
Yeah, she looks very zealous about getting that money. She said 19,000, move the strike. Nope. Now she's saying, oh, I didn't get to answer that question. It's showing your motivation. It's showing why you're doing, and then your face is lighting up. Like she's very transparent if you look at her face. So this is what you want and what you're focused on. So to me, looking from a public perception, it looks like you're motivated by the money, which actually is something to discredit you. This could be favorable to the defense if this lawyer knows how to cross-examine and re-cross-examine the right way, since she's opened the gate about that.
question is withdrawn. Thank you, Your Honor.
Look.
After a money demand for $19,000 was provided to Stefon Diggs, on February 13th, you issued a public statement, didn't you?
Yes.
And in that public statement, you said, I have never sought money to settle this matter, right?
I haven't.
And by the middle of April, you had hired a lawyer to represent you, right?
For workers' comp.
That's a yes or no question, ma'am.
Yes, for workers' comp.
Your Honor, may the witness be instructed to please answer the questions posed.
Witness answered your question.
All right. And for workers' comp, the lawyer you hired, is she sitting in this room right now?
Yes.
And she helped you prepare for your testimony in this case, right?
She came to support me.
She came to the meeting with the Commonwealth's lawyer to help prepare you for your testimony in this case, correct?
Yes.
I don't know how to answer that answer.
It's yes.
Question.
Stop playing the
You can't
semantics.
answer that question under oath, ma'am?
No,
You met with the prosecutor last Thursday, right? With your lawyer,
I
right?
was told to have a lawyer because you guys asked me to plead the fifth on some things. So I was told, instructed to have my lawyer come.
So your testimony under oath is
that
that
was
the
a great
Commonwealth's
question.
attorney instructed you
And
to
great
bring your
answer.
private lawyer?
Or a lawyer that you guys offered a lawyer. So I brought my private lawyer.
I'm sorry, when you say you guys, do you mean me, defense counsel for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
Is your testimony under oath that I had some role in your preparation session with the district attorney's office to prepare you for your testimony in this case?
I was told that the defense said I needed to have a lawyer, or they were going to provide a lawyer, something in that context, about pleading the fifth about messages. So I brought my lawyer, which was when I walked to the
she's
side
good.
of the judge yesterday.
She's good. That's protected activity.
Your personal lawyer is here today, correct?
My workers' comp.
She's with the law firm of Boston Law. That's a law firm here in Dorchester, Massachusetts.
Ma'am, I think that was, I apologize, but you do need to keep your voice up. I don't know if you answered.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Tell the jury how much I think you described her as a workers' comp lawyer.
I got her because I was injured on the job and I needed to file a workers' comp case. Stefon Diggs did not have proper workers' and comp insurance.
May I-
The final portion of that answer will be stricken and you will disregard it. Ms. Adams, if you could just listen to the question, answer the question, and if you need it rephrased, counsel will certainly rephrase it for you. Next
Okay.
question, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. 3 weeks ago, your lawyer demanded $5.5 million from Mr. Diggs, didn't he?
Wow.
Mr. Diggs offered me $100,000
Ma'am?
to recant my statement.
That is a
No.
yes.
That is the
Your Honor,
only...
No.
may we be heard side by side?
That's not the question. That's not the question. It doesn't matter. He offered you $100,000 to settle a lawsuit for $5.3 million. That's not the question. You're trying to get information passed through to protect your case.
I'm tired of this.
Objection, move to strike.
The last part of the witness's response will be stricken as non-responsive. You will disregard it, and you will not consider it during your deliberations.
All rise, jurors can step down this way, please.
Court stands at a recess.
A quick reset already.
Step down for now.
That's crazy.
You may be seated.
His brand is tarnished whether he wins or not. That is absolutely true. He's too problematic and too controversial for an NFL team. And a lot of what he's been doing for years. It just became the public spotlight and spectacle because of his relationship with Cardi B and the drama and the type of attention that brought him. This is kind of similar to the whole situation with Klay Thompson as well. Absolutely. Come on, y'all, do me a favor, like the video, subscribe to the channel. I greatly appreciate you guys for being here. In the meantime, did you guys look at the Met Gala? Beyonce looked absolutely stunning. Sources say she's pregnant, which is why her dress was laid a certain way and went over her body. Either she's pregnant or she's gaining a massive amount of weight. People also call her photoshopping her pictures. You know, I don't know which one was photoshopped, the one where she looked like a bullfrog underneath her chin, or the nice, tight, presentable Beyonce image that we all know and love. Beyonce has a history of photoshopping pictures, most famously the picture when she was on the yacht trying to act like she don't have a lot of fat between her legs and her thighs, and photoshopped a gap between her legs, and we knew it was fake because the stairs were crooked in between her big fat old thighs. You understand what I'm saying? No shade, no shade. Now, the Met Gala absolutely needs to be stopped. They need to be stopped when it comes to propaganda, this political activism. Word on the curve, Nicki Minaj was completely banned from attending the Met Gala this year, and other ones going forward. Obviously, because Beyonce was co-chair this year, Nicki Minaj has been going off on Jay-Z and Beyonce, threatening them with physical violence, legal consequences and repercussions, and I wouldn't want to be in the room with her either. So that's just beyond the scope of politics. People are saying Nicki is gone crazy. She has turned into Roman all the way. She is stuck in a time loop when she performed that ritual at the Grammys, and people don't want to be bothered. But the Met Gala absolutely need to be stopped, okay? I don't know who Ariana Rose Phillip is. She's a black transgender disabled model with quadriplex cerebral palsy. She arrives at the Met Gala. When people see my mannequin, I want them to see a beautiful, sexy lady. I want them to see the disabled and black trans people always mattered, okay? So me watching this, it gives me hope and aspiration that Chrisean Rock will find value in her baby Shunya, because he too have a chance to stroll on the Met Gala carpet. So they were taking pictures and she just moving and posing. And in her head, the chair's in one spot, but her whole body is moving and flowing around. I don't know what she got on. It's hard to tell, but they need to be stopped at some point in time. I'm all for advocating for disabled people and making sure they have ample opportunities and not discriminating against them. But how is she gonna climb the stairs? Isn't it like traditional for the people at the Met Gala to climb the stairs and take a picture there and stop? Who's carrying her? Like, she doesn't have a dress to carry. Who's pushing the chair? Where are the people and what's going on? How did they manage to get her up there? And so I think they need to be stopped. This is a lot to take in. It was bad enough they had to force Tiffany Haddish down our throat, and she bringing chicken out at the Met Gala. Where was Shakira? She just left Brazil. Shout out to Shakira. 2 million people showed up to support her on Copacabana Beach. But, you know, I like to joke around a lot, but this is not a joking matter at all. And I'm going to show you how unfair this is and how this was a political statement. And it absolutely does nothing for black, trans, or disabled people to have this girl here. If that's the case, why don't they bring out Miss J from America's Next Top Model? He's taught these bitches how to strut and walk, including Beyonce, cycles of models, and a lot of celebrities here hired him privately to learn how to walk red carpets and events. He's in a wheelchair. Why can't y'all invite him to the Met Gala? Okay? I'm pretty sure they put a ramp up for her, this transgender, but just imagine. You know, so anybody out there struggling with identity, struggling for validation, acceptance, the Met Gala is here to tell you that black trans people in wheelchairs are able to go and have the best time of their life. Okay? Like, I'm not trying to be like Like this is like Make a Wish. What's your last wish? Where the celebrities show up and take pictures with you and stuff. They absolutely need to be stopped with the hypocrisy. Stop with the BS. Seriously. Like models sell clothes. You don't know how the clothes gonna fit, how they look or nothing. Like I don't even this is like the broomstick of the Wicked Witch. That ass, they need to be stopped. They need to be ashamed of themselves for playing with people like this. You know, beauty and talent should not be based upon sympathy. That's what people got it messed up at, okay? Most people that are talented and beautiful have it hard simply because people want to knock them down, like a Michael Jackson. So when she pulled up to the red carpet, like what type of special vehicle? Because I know it was in the black truck. It's like them photographers' heartstring is pulled on. Especially the white ones. They don't want to even take them pictures, but they got to. And no shade, I do believe everyone should have freedom and opportunity to be all that they want to be, but this is just so too much. Like, you know, ease her in a different way. Like, God damn, you know? So one thing for these girls to break their neck in heels to walk down a carpet, but like, the stroll is like, okay, go ahead, Miss Naomi Campbell. I appreciate you, but like, to me, it's like, this is shocking. Sorry, this is shocking to me. But I guess they can do anything, so as long as Beyonce show up. Dripping in diamonds, dripping in jewels. They say that necklace Beyonce had on was worth $5.5 million. Oh, no, excuse me. I'm sorry. $50 million. They say this necklace she had on $50 million. See right there in her, she looks pregnant. Honestly, you can kind of see it. And that design obviously is strategic to conceal that pregnancy. She looks absolutely stunning. This is the best I've seen her look in a very long time. It still kind of give me a iced out, you know, diamond encrusted version of that same outfit she wore to the BET Awards when she performed while she was pregnant with Blue Ivy. So this is kind of reminiscing of that in a sense. But this is absolutely stunning. Look like royalty. The necklace alone is $50 million. And it's Queen Bee. And I think the whole thrill of Beyonce is the fact that we could actually find someone black and celebrate them like that. She's like Cleopatra, like Diana Ross and Cleopatra mixed together. And she has a lot of culture clout. So, you know, when she go live and when she show up and show out, she's always going to, you know, have the press looking for her and talking for her and speaking for her. Now, we've heard Matthew Knowles say that Beyonce was delayed, just like the rest of the kids these days. Reading comprehension level, mathematics is just off the charts, just slow. But, you know, we give Beyonce grace simply because she's talented. A lot of people do feel like she's overhyped. I think Beyonce is extremely smart about preserving her celebrity. She gives the public very, very little access to her. And when she come out, she makes a splash. That's spectacular. And I also found out the other day that she actually did film music videos for the Renaissance album, the first one. She actually filmed them featuring the actress from Euphoria and Megan Thee Stallion. And specifically, she was talking about the Thick music video. Beyonce probably has a plan, a retirement plan of just releasing all of these music videos at one time, which will pretty much recycle the music from Renaissance, and then also Cowboy Carter. And a lot of times you really need music videos to put a face to or to make people actually enjoy the song, because now it's telling a story and now we get to really see how you view that particular piece of artwork, and it makes the song more popular. So I would definitely love to see the music videos for Renaissance, because then we would be able to see the vision behind the stage and why the horse was so important and how that was incorporated. Like, Beyonce did not spend millions of dollars producing music videos for Renaissance and Cowboy Carter and just not release those music videos. There's a bigger plan, a bigger investment. And again, Beyonce preserves herself in her cultural clout by doing surprise releases or doing things very unorthodox. So when Beyonce releases the music videos that she filmed for both those albums that we have not seen already, it's gonna recycle those albums, and she's going to hit another peak in her life to where her catalog is gonna like be boasted within a week's time just by dropping the music videos affiliated with those old songs. And that's just another way of manipulating the charts and manipulating the stats and the statistics. Go ahead, Beyonce.
That everybody's been waiting for. This is what's been talked about the whole night. B is here. Beyonce is officially here at the Met Gala. Now, B, it's been 10 years.
10 years.
How does it feel being back?
It feels surreal because my daughter's here.
And Blue looks so beautiful.
She looks so beautiful. This is it's incredible to be able to share it with her, and I think she looks so incredible.
She looks so beautiful. I'm like, we could learn some red carpet tips from Blue.
Absolutely.
The way she's posing, I'm like,
she was ready.
She was ready.
She is ready.
Absolutely. So, B, what are you looking forward to most from tonight?
I think it's really just experiencing this through the eyes of Blue and being able to relax.
That's so sweet.
I think for me, I'm wearing Olivier Rousteing, who is
so good.
Someone that's been so loyal to me, and I've done so many incredible, iconic looks with him. So it's really about representing him.
And celebrating bodies, just celebrating all the different bodies.
Different, juicy, curvy,
I love
thin, tall, whatever. Just celebrating whatever God gave you.
Absolutely. Well, you know how much I love you, B. Thanks for stopping by, thanks for being here.
You look
Everyone
gorgeous.
is so happy. Thank you. All right.
Beyonce, what is there to hate about her? Beyonce, like, I'm not even gonna lie, like, her charisma makes you just like absorb. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like dissolve, just melt right into her, and you're just automatically in her world, her reality. She puts on a great face, but we know she can be yes, indeed. We've seen those moments. Even her mother has said it too. But Beyonce just makes me melt, honestly. Like, besides the beauty, look at the personality, the humbleness behind all the talent and so forth. I don't know why people hate Beyonce or hate on her. She just satisfied me just by speaking for a minute and 15 seconds. That was quite satisfactory to me. Coming from somebody who don't speak and let the whole internet and the beehive tell the story for them. Yes. Okay, I love you. I love you again. My bad. I'm sorry I roasted you. I'm sorry your mama gumbo didn't work out. Maybe if you would have came out and spoke and supported your mama gumbo and ate a cup yourself, then the whole trajectory of your mama nasty ass gumbo probably would have been different. But you know, Beyonce don't promote nobody. Not Kelly, not Michelle, not even her own motherfucking mama. But they look absolutely stunning and gorgeous. Yes, indeed. They did. Like, Cardi B looked like some hemorrhoids, honestly. That's what they said she came as. There's Rihanna talking about going to a Jay-Z and Beyonce party. Of course, period. Shout out to Riri. But at the same time, when are we going to hold Rihanna accountable for sitting back and girl, every time you look up, you pregnant. You more pregnant than Cardi B. So either you pregnant or you need to get in the gym, Miss Thing, okay? You need to get in the gym, okay? Your BMI is too high, Riri. You had that baby a long time ago. And if Cardi B can shit out a baby from a pump and go on tour less than 2 months, you ain't got no excuse to be so big no more, Rihanna. I'm watching you. You ain't aboard the program. So Ciara looked absolutely stunning as well. I'm trying to find pictures. Me personally, I think Ciara and Russell Wilson are the most beautiful Hollywood couple. Because Jay-Z is ugly. Let's be clear, okay? Jay-Z is ugly. And they better be lucky Blue Ivy came out looking beautiful. Blue Ivy looked like Solange and Beyonce put together, by the way. This is gorgeous, man. This is gorgeous. I fucking love Ciara. Wow, that is stunning. That is like both of them without clothes is stunning. Plus they got on these dripped in gold. Come on now, stunning. This is the most beautiful Hollywood couple I've seen in a very long time. And that is not just even in the classification of black. Out of all the white couples, black, Spanish, like this is the most beautiful couple. This is like, if we're gonna just focus on race, this is like the black Victoria Beckham and oh boy, you understand? Because there's an athlete and there's a musician. And so Ciara, what I love about Ciara, she refused to be a has-been. She keep on dropping and releasing music. Ain't never really pop out because Janet Jackson's still alive. And you act like a hype man. You act like you give the okay? You give and when you be dancing on that stage, okay? Well, yeah, get some, what, yeah. Well, now, Ciara, be soft and feminine. That's why your career went the way that you went, okay? You don't know if you want to be a Leah or whatever. Maybe you've been hanging out with Missy Elliott too much and she put you on that misdemeanor, said so.
Kiddos give the stamp of approval. Did we FaceTime on what they think?
They haven't seen us yet, actually. So I can't wait for our kids' feedback.
They're looking though. They're watching everything live.
Yeah. They're gonna have some opinions, I'm sure.
And if you had to sum up how you feel, you
love Ciara. Somebody said you're not mad Russell taking your no. Like, I'm gonna tell you the two black celebrities that I fell in love with, it was Kyla Pratt, and it was Kyla Pratt, and I was obsessed with her. And then it became Ciara, and I was like, oh, dang. You know, that cheerleader, girl next door type of vibe. That's humble, that knows her place, and ain't too masculine, and ain't gonna support and stand behind you, vice versa. And then can be kind of like a tomboy, like a friend, a homie at the same time. Man, Ciara is perfect to me. Okay, it's sad that Rihanna came out and just knocked her on up out of there. But it is what it is. And I like the fact that Ciara was very thin, and after having multiple babies, she's a full woman, and she's not obese. She's a full woman. That's just what it is. She's maintained her figure. And this is another example of a woman who have a baby and come out here and get back on the treadmill, start exercising and doing all that stuff. Rihanna can take a note from Ciara because Rihanna's body look a mess. Let's talk about it. And then when you see her knees look like she got water on them. Who else? Oh, let me see. Blue Ivy. Blue Ivy. Oh, it's a couple of other ones that I have to roast to. I don't even know why this popped up with Blue Ivy. This is just traumatizing to me. I'm sorry. So Blue Ivy, look at Blue Ivy. Like, I don't know why I laugh every time I see Blue Ivy. It's not like laughing at her like she don't have any talent. She has everything. Rich, spoiled parents. I don't know. Blue Ivy is just, I don't know. She's just adorable. I just laugh every time I see her because it's just funny seeing her being on the stage, dancing with her mother and not giving up, and now just literally morphing into Beyonce looking like say my name days, you know? And then got a nerve to have a tan and stuff. I'm good on Blue Ivy. She getting a little bit too grown, and I don't put people children on my screen. So let me hurry up and go over here. Doechii. You see how I have a love-hate relationship with Blue Ivy? She's a child and she's too grown, but I love her and I just laugh at her just because she's a child. Anyways, you guys remember last year Met Gala, Doechii went off on her stylist, acting like she was that and bigger than the program, and it went viral. And we seen how much of a nasty attitude that she really has. This right here to me it's a mess. It's a no for me. I'm sorry. Like you went and got some motherfucking burgundy curtains and just threw them on. I see, and that's the look, and that's the aesthetic that you're going for. But to me, this is a no. It's just too thirsty. Like, you see other people out there showing body, showing skin, like Tyler, but it's classy. This is just, it's a no for me. I mean, I get it, I understand it, but I would think you as a dark-skinned black woman would like to show up something other than a doorknob and a curtain. You know, because it just says, yeah, I don't know. What y'all saying in the comments? She's tall, of course. Yeah, she's tall. I don't like this. Not for her. If like a white artist would have done it, I would have been like, oh, okay, yeah, it's giving too cheap. It's giving.
Don't cheat! Don't cheat! What's your
Yeah, I don't like it on her. Maybe if SZA would have wore it, it would have looked better. Just because, see, Doechii is hood already. And so when you go into these events, you don't want to remind people how hood you are in her personality, and she's a rapper and so it doesn't fit her. And it has nothing to do with her being dark skinned or whatever. It's just her branding and what we expect from her. Look at it. Like, no. I'd expected you to come out here like on some Janae Monáe type of shit, just in black and white or whatever. Like, again, if SZA would have came out with this, I think it would have looked a lot better and more chic instead of cheap. So I instantly thought this was Travis Kelce coming out the closet. You know how them country white boys, they gain all their goddamn weight, feel beard and stuff. I thought this was Travis Kelce, not by this one, but when he was walking. Let me show y'all right here. I thought this was goddamn Travis Kelce. I really, really and truthfully thought this was Travis Kelce. And Travis Kelce is the NFL player who's gay, who used a black woman to get his clout up and act like he's straight, and now he's with Taylor Swift, who's probably running plastic through him. So I thought this was Travis Kelce just full blown coming out because people really forgot about Sam Smith. Music ain't selling. We don't care no more. You don't know if you want to be a man, a woman, hanging out in the back alleys because don't nobody want you. Don't nobody want to be seen up with you, competing with EJ Johnson type of shit, you know? I thought this was Travis Kelce. Them motherfuckers look just alike if you ask me. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. Who was the best looking couple at the Met Gala? My personal opinion is Ciara and Russell Wilson. The worst dress probably has to go to, I hate to say it, but the girl in the wheelchair, I didn't even know what you had. I wouldn't even care what you had on, girl. That was just too shocking to me. That was just a shock job, like a shock piece. I'd be surprised if this video stay up because it's so shocking. Anyways, let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. I had to do that real quick. All right, y'all know how I give it up over here. Okay, they still on break. They still on break. Okay, they still on break and he got to go on. Okay, she back. She back to tell some more lies, y'all.
And it's that you're responsible for answering questions that are put to you. If you don't understand a question, you can say that. And I'm sure counsel will rephrase. If you can't hear a question, tell them that as well. But courtrooms function in, and especially trials, unfold in a question and answer format. This is not an opportunity for you to interject your own narrative and evade responding to questions the court deems appropriate. And if you continue to do so, your entire testimony may be stricken.
Right, impeached.
Yes. Of the jurors.
All rise, jurors enter. seated.
Jurors, at this point, I just want to be clear on one point, all right? And it's the following. You may not consider anything you heard that was stricken from the record. When an answer is stricken from the record, it does not exist. And in determining what the facts are from this case, you're sworn to determine those facts solely and exclusively from the evidence presented, and you may not consider any answer that I have stricken. All right? Thank you.
Proceed, Your Honor.
You may proceed. Thank you, counsel.
Ms. Adams, 3 weeks ago, your lawyer demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs, correct?
Look at, answer the question. It's given ASAP Relly.
That is client lawyer privilege. I cannot.
It is
speak on that.
ASAP Relly.
You believe that your lawyer's communications to Stefon Diggs are covered by your attorney-client privilege, ma'am?
I can't answer that question. I don't know the answer to that question.
You know that someone on your behalf has demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs, don't you?
I have a workers' comp claim, and
Your
I
Honor?
have explored all civil options.
Ma'am,
I don't understand.
are
the
you
question.
able
This
to answer
case
that
finna be
question?
over.
No, I'm
Counsel,
not
restate
able
the
to.
question, please.
This case
You
is about to
know
be over.
that someone on your behalf has demanded $5.5 million from Stefon Diggs.
Do you know that, Miss Adams?
No, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know how to answer the question. I don't understand.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, before we direct, may we be heard at sidebar?
Of course. Thank you.
So they're going on the sidebar to basically discuss if they should get rid of this case. That's what I'm supposing. Well, that's my belief. Let's see. No, Kiki, you can't say that. You say, I see why he strangled her now. Dang, that's cold, Kiki. That's cold.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, defense counsel showed you a form about that you filled out to the police,
Yes.
and they made a point that you're the hand, but not the forearm and elbow. May I approach? I'm putting a form in front of you. If you could just take a look at that and look up if you recognize it.
Yes.
And I may direct the witness's attention. Can you read right here when it says the expected injury? Or
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
is there anywhere on that form where you do note the forearm and forearm being used to choke you?
Objection, Your
Yes.
Sidebar.
Another sidebar.
On cross, I believe there's some questions about the text messages leading up to the assault.
Yes.
And, do you have still the binder in front of you?
Yes.
Do you mind opening to section 3 and to the pages ending in 114?
Okay.
Would you mind reading the text messages from page 114 to 117?
And I'm ruining that bitch life. The next text message doesn't say anything. I won't be paying you shit.
And do you mind just saying who's saying what?
Okay, I said the first. And ruining that bitch life is what I said. Mr. Diggs said, I won't be paying you shit. Fuck, I look like paying you and paying another chef. Is you high, bitch? Who the fuck give you money for your business? Who the fuck gotta give you money for your business? I don't gotta do a motherfucking thing. And you can get whoever you want. You got my address. Tell them to come take the money then. Fuck you talking about. I said, bet. Pussy. I said pussy. Show me I'm pussy. Will do. That's it.
In your experience as a personal chef, is it common practice that when chefs get sent away, they get paid for the week that they get sent away?
Yes.
Objection.
Because that's the only job I have.
And I know on Cross it came out that you made a public statement where you said, I have never sought money to settle this case. When you said this case, was that referring to the criminal case? Or?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Very briefly, Your Honor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Hey, what's
The
up,
series of
Pauline? Good
text
morning.
Messages that you just read. That was in response to you saying after you were fired by Mr. Diggs, you will be paying me out for the season and the money. I'm sorry, and this is on page 113 of Exhibit 3. You will be paying me out for the season and the money you said you would give me for my business. Wasted my fucking time being here because you got a fucking circus going on, right?
Yes.
So when he said he wouldn't be paying you, he was referring to your demand that after you leave your employment on December 2nd, he nonetheless continued to pay you $2,000 a week for the rest of the New England Patriots football season while you were not working for him, right?
That's not how it goes.
You will be paying me out for the season, right?
I was a contracted employee.
Yes or no question,
it was a
ma'am?
verbal contract.
I don't know how to answer that question. Sorry.
And before you said that, if you turn just one page back to page 112, what Mr. Diggs said to you that you were responding to was, I'ma leave you be. Thank you for cooking for me for this season. I appreciate you. Hate it even got to this. That's what you were responding to when you told him he would be paying you out for the season, right?
No, it's a full context to those messages.
Ma'am, was the message that came from Mr. Diggs that preceded your demand that you be paid out for the season, thank you for cooking for me this season. I appreciate you. I'ma leave you be.
Can you say that again?
You can look right down there on page 112. I'ma leave you be.
What was your question?
I'm not finished. Thank you for cooking for me for this season. You can read along and correct me if I get it wrong. I appreciate you. Hate it even got like this. Right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And you were really hoping that Mr. Diggs would give you some money so you could open your own restaurant, weren't you?
Objection.
That was our agreement.
that was what you wanted him to give you, right?
That's an agreement.
Ma'am, is this a contract suit?
Objection.
This is an assault.
That objection is sustained. The witness doesn't have to answer.
Withdrawn, Your Honor. Thank you.
There's no question in front of the witness.
You wanted him to pay you to open your own restaurant, right?
I want him to pay me past wages.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything else?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Commonwealth calls Kenneth Ellis of the Dedham Police.
Watch your step. You're going to remain standing and face the court. Thank you.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. You can sit again. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, proceed.
Go right ahead. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Kenneth Ellis, E-L-L-I-S.
And what do you do for a living?
Dedham police officer.
And how long have you been an officer at the Dedham Police?
18 years.
And what's your rank?
Patrolman.
And prior to being an officer at Dedham, did you go anywhere else? Were you an officer anywhere else?
I was not.
So prior to being an officer at Dedham Police, did you go through any sort of special training or academy?
I did. I went through a police academy in Randolph.
And how long was that? What did you do in the police academy?
It was about 25 weeks, I believe. Everything from law, different aspects of the law, criminal law, constitutional law, motor vehicle. We had emergency vehicle operation, firearms, report writing, first aid, things like that.
Turning your attention now to December 16th, 2025. Do you recall if you were working that day?
I was.
And do you know what shift?
I was working the day shift, 8 to 4.
And were you out on duty, patrol? What were you doing?
I was assigned to the front desk.
Okay. So when an officer is assigned to the front desk, what are their duties?
You basically just any walk-ins. Sometimes we have the business phone rings, the non-emergency line.
When you say walk-ins, is that just someone literally walking
anyone
into the
can walk.
building?
It's people, ranging from, may I use the restroom, or, I'd like to make a report, anything. Yeah. Anytime someone comes in, we greet them.
And during that day, did anyone come in?
Yes.
And do you know who that person would be?
Mila Adams.
And when this person came in, you didn't know who that was at the time, right?
No.
Okay. And she came in. What, if any, observations did you make of her when she came in?
She sat down on the bench and she was crying.
All right. And did you approach her, or did you wait for her to approach you? How did that?
I actually went. Normally, I speak over the phone. There's a phone to talk to the people in the lobby.
Like behind glass?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. It's like almost like a smoked glass. But because of her demeanor, I went out to speak to her in person.
And
thank you, Paul.
Did she want to talk to you at first?
I greatly appreciate you.
No, she did not.
And
shout out to you.
Why?
She asked if there were any female officers working.
And what did you say?
I actually went back to the shift commander's office and I checked the scheduling sheets, and it appeared that there was not one until 4 p.m. that day.
So what did you do?
So I went back and I let her know, and I just told her that, if she didn't feel comfortable giving me a statement towards anything, then that's okay. And, if she could come back at 4 o'clock. And then I went back to the desk, I believe, for a bit.
And then what happened?
Then she called me back over and said she would like to give me a statement.
And where did you talk?
So right after you enter the lobby area, there's double doors, and then to the right of the double doors, there's kind of like an interview room. So we do fingerprints for like civilian things, gun permits, things like that.
And what did you talk about?
So she just wanted to give me a statement without mentioning anyone involved.
So what do you mean she didn't want to mention anyone involved?
Well, she said, I would like to tell you something.
Sustain.
Okay.
Well, this police's testimony can actually discredit
but
the
eventually,
theory
did you come
of
to learn
actual
the
malice.
identity of the person that she was talking there?
Yes.
Talking there about? And
I did.
Who was that person?
She identified him as Stefon Diggs.
And how many times did you talk to Miss Adams?
Just that time in person, and then I believe there was multiple emails, and then it was probably 2 more times on the phone, maybe 3.
I want to draw your attention to the binder in front of you.
Sure.
Do you mind looking at that first, flip the page of that first one, that first tab? There's something in front of you. This is what was previously marked as Exhibit 1. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, that was those were screenshots of text messages that she forwarded me.
So those are the messages that she provided to you, right?
Yes. Yep.
That one page, yes. At the conclusion of all your communications with her, what did you do?
So that day, you mean, or
just at the, I guess, end of? Would you call this an investigation? I don't know enough the police term for it.
Yeah. So like
Incident? I don't know.
at the end of it, which was about 10 days or so, maybe 8, 9, 10 days from the time that she originally reported it, I ended up filing a criminal complaint.
Against whom?
Mr. Diggs.
And for what?
Was assault and assault and battery, and strangulation or suffocation.
Right. No further questions.
Stefon got dropped by the New England Patriots, and he is having a hard time finding a new team to pick him up. He's never going to play in the NFL again, I don't believe. Too much controversy.
Thank you for
All of
being
his,
here. Sure. You said you've been a Dedham police officer for 18 years?
Yes, sir.
You just told us a little bit about the investigation, I think is what the DA just described it as. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, essentially.
Yeah, and so that involved what you just said. You took a statement from Miss Adams, you exchanged emails, you got a couple phone calls from her, and then you got a voicemail from her asking you to go to court, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And so then that's what you did.
I did contact a phone number of Mr. Diggs twice, left voicemails, and was not able to speak to him.
That phone number, you don't know that that's his, correct? You didn't speak to anybody.
One of them, I did use the TLO service to confirm his name. It was a 240 exchange.
So I just want to be sure here, Officer Ellis. You called the phone number, correct?
Yes.
You didn't speak to anybody?
No, I did not.
You spoke on the phone to Miss Adams, correct? You spoke in person with Miss Adams on the 16th, right?
I believe it was the 16th, yes.
Right. You didn't speak to any other people, correct? That's
No.
the only human being you spoke to.
No, there was another attorney I spoke to, but I don't believe from your firm.
Okay, so some other attorney.
Yes.
All right. You didn't get any photographs, right?
No, there was none presented.
And there was none to take, right?
Not from me, no.
Right,
Absolutely.
because when Miss Adams walked in and you observed her,
Yep.
you didn't see anything on her body that said, I should document that.
I did not, no.
And your job is to document what's important, right? And that's why you write a police report.
Yes.
And so about December 16th, you did write a police report, correct?
I did, sir.
And that was documenting the conversation that you had with Miss Adams, right? And you said you've been a police officer for 18 years. I imagine you've written a lot of police reports.
I would say so.
Okay. And you've spoken to a lot of folks, correct?
Yes.
And you know that you write that report to record all of the important information that that person has, right? To document it.
Correct.
And that's what you did in this case, right?
I did, to the best of my ability, yes.
Yes. And so when you spoke to her on December 16th, Miss Adams told you that there was a dispute over a text message with Mr. Diggs, correct?
Yes, the initial disagreement, I suppose.
Yeah, and that the disagreement was about money, right?
That's what I
That's
was
what she
told.
said.
Yes.
She said they were arguing about money over text messages,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
And then he came into her room and this thing happened, correct?
That's what she told me.
Okay. And then after that, she left her position, right?
That's what, yeah, she said. Yep.
Meaning her job.
Correct.
And then she told you she did go back to the house on December 9th to get her things, to get her belongings, correct? Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the next thing she told you was that she, in that interim period, after she left her position, she went to New York City on December 2nd to be with friends, correct?
Yes.
And when she said that, those were her friends, right?
That's what I believed.
Right. You didn't think she was going to go see somebody else's friends, correct?
No.
Yes. And it'd be important to you to know if those were Stefon Diggs' friends, right?
I suppose.
That'd be important to your investigation, wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
Okay. And so another thing that was important, I think you already talked about, that was Exhibit 1. You got that right in front of you, correct?
Sure.
All right. And so Miss Adams had said there was an argument over text about money that ended in a physical altercation, correct?
Correct.
And you asked her for the text messages, right?
I believe she offered them, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, but yes.
And you took them because accepting the text messages that led to physical altercation would be important, right?
Correct.
You want to have that.
Right.
You want to document that.
Right.
All right. And so that's what that is. You received those from Miss Adams by email, correct?
Yes, I did.
And then you documented them, you saved them, and they're sitting right there in front of you right now for trial, correct? All right. And looking at those text messages, if somebody deleted messages from that before they ever sent it to you, that would be important for you to know, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
If those weren't complete.
Correct.
You would want to know that.
I'd want the whole picture, correct. Yeah.
Okay. If I may have one moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you.
No redirect, Commonwealth rests.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. To go to sidebar. Or?
So pretty much, they kind of discredited her for not giving enough evidence to the police. But at the end of the day, the police elected to transfer the case to the district attorney's office, and the district attorney decided to pick up the case, lacking any actual substantial foundation outside of her testimony. So that can actually prove bad faith by the police. See, the thing about it is anybody can get arrested and charged with anything. You can. Like, is it worth it going through the process, the public humiliation behind it, the time it takes, the fear? Is it really worth it? Like, in the case of like something like this is you're absolutely violating someone, right? If this is like a case about freedom of speech or etc., from my standpoint, you know, let's figure it out, because nobody has the right to suppress you. But in this case, Stefon, he does not have the right to put his hands on women and to treat women like objects and doorknobs that just open and close at his command. And then it was definitely highly inappropriate for him to hire her as a chef after he know he has a personal relationship with her. And eventually Cardi B would find out, or probably knew and didn't care, which is embarrassing to her. But, you know, and again, I don't think he will ever play for the NFL again, because everything that we know about him, like the promiscuous activity, sleeping around, all of that became the center of attention when he got with Cardi B. Beforehand, like, I don't think these women would have came out and people would have cared and made a big deal out of how many kids he'd had. But again, this is the type of attention that comes with dealing with someone like Cardi B. And clearly she's staying far away from him as of now, simply because she doesn't want her name attached to this court case. She's had enough of court in her life.
All right, the Commonwealth rests. Any evidence for the defense?
Defense calls Michael Perry.
If you could just remain standing, watch your step, and face the court, please.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Face it.
I may proceed, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, my name is Michael Perry, last name Perry.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I do digital forensics for a company called Level Blue.
Okay. And how long have you worked for that company in that role?
Essentially 15 years through a number of acquisitions. Level Blue recently acquired Strauss Friedberg, who I worked for a number of years.
All right. So you've been in your position for a number of years, essentially with the same company. The name has changed at the top of the header. Is that fair to say?
That is.
All right. Prior to that, what kind of experience did you have?
Your Honor, Commonwealth would stipulate that this witness's credentials.
All right, thank you. I'll leave
I'm
it
gonna
to your discretion.
Move along. Thank you. So just quickly, prior, what was your experience to working for the company that ended up becoming Level Blue?
I worked for Strauss Friedberg. Prior to that, Aon. Then Aon acquired Strauss Friedberg. Strauss Friedberg acquired Elysium Digital. So that was kind of the progression. But I held the same position.
Okay. And before that, did you work as an investigator of any kind?
I did. I worked for the Plymouth County Sheriff's Department as a digital evidence analyst.
How long did you do that?
It was about 5 years.
Okay. So my math is correct, you've been analyzing digital evidence for about 20 years then?
That's right.
And do you have to undergo certain kinds of specialized training on how to do that?
Yes.
And I imagine if technology is developing, you have to kind of get retrained on that fairly often. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Right. Do you have any experience in dealing with digital data with regard to iPhones?
I do.
All right. And can you just describe kind of when we're talking about digital data from a phone, what does that mean? What does that look like?
Digital data from a phone is, data stored on the phone is extracted out. So I have special tools, forensic tools, that I use to connect to the phone, pull all the data that I can from it, and then I load it into some applications to look at the data and find out what data is stored there. And, I can put together reports of data that might be relevant to a case.
Okay. And so when you say data, what does that mean?
So for a phone, it would include the things that you would use your phone for. History of phone calls, text messages, pictures that you take with the phone, maybe some internet browsing.
Right. So when a user does all those things on a phone, is there kind of information recorded inside the phone tracking the user's movements?
It can. Yeah. Whatever the user does with the phone typically is stored on the phone.
Understood. I'm going to ask you to take a look at the binder in front of you, Mr. Perry. I'm going to ask you to turn to, I believe it's marked C.
Okay.
You see that front page there. It looks like it says Celebrate at the top right corner. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. What are we looking at there in Exhibit 3?
This is the first page of a report that I put together after preserving one of two of Mr. Diggs's phones. So this is the first page of one of those reports.
All right. And so the report you're talking about, fair to say that's a number of pages there in Exhibit 3, correct?
It is.
All right. And that contains data from the phone that you just mentioned from December 2nd. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
I'm going to ask that you turn the page in Exhibit 3 to, there's a little number on the bottom right corner that says 113 on the right. It ends 113, I should say.
Okay.
All right, so I want to kind of direct your attention here to the two messages in the middle of the page. The first begins, you will be paying me out for the season and the money you said you would give me for my business, and continues. Do you see that kind of blue bubble that we're looking at there?
I do.
Right. What are we seeing on the page here of the report when you see the blue bubble on the left and the green bubble on the right?
So this is an exchange of messages from the two parties. And you might think like, oh, I know blue bubbles and green bubbles. That's familiar. Like blue bubble is an Apple iPhone and a green might be an Android. But in this case, it's just to distinguish between the two parties. So the color doesn't really mean much here.
This is pointless
both
testimony.
parties had
Like, this
iPhones.
is common sense.
So these are all just iMessages. But it's the report is in conversation view. So it's meant to look like you're looking at a phone. And so, the owner of the phone, Mr. Diggs, is the messages on the right in green, and on the left, they're messages from Miss Adams and they're in blue.
Okay. And fair to say, in terms of Mr. Diggs and Miss Adams specifically, that those are, you don't know Miss Adams, correct?
I do not.
You're just going off of the contact information in the phone and the cellular phone number on the page?
That's correct.
Please turn to the next page, ending 114. So, looking at this box on the top left corner of the box on the left, that page has a bubble that says, "In ruining that bitch life." Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Up in the top left corner of that, there are two phone numbers. What are those two phone numbers? What's the significance of the data in the top left corner?
They're it's the contact information for both parties that are in this conversation. So you have a from number. The stored contact name is Mila Chef. And then you have the two, which is the owner of the phone who's receiving the message. That's the numbers in the top left.
Okay, and so would those be the two phones having the conversation in the iMessage chat?
Yes.
Kind of going down to the middle of the page, it indicates there's a time there that says 12/2/2025, 5:35:01 p.m. UTC plus 0. Can you explain what that means?
Yes, that's the time stamp when the message was read. And UTC is it's a universal time coordinated, which just means universal time, which is the time basically in London at the time. And it's kind of like a standard to base timestamps off of, where at the time of this message in December of 2025, we're not in daylight savings time, so our time zone is -5. So Eastern is -5 from that UTC time.
All right, so the UTC plus 0, you would need to subtract 5 to get to Eastern Standard?
That's correct.
All right, and so looking down at the bottom here of that same message, in the bottom right corner, it says 12/2/2025, 5:34, 43 seconds p.m. UTC plus 0. What's that?
That's the time the message was delivered to the phone.
And when you say the phone, that would be the user's phone?
That would be the user's phone, Mr. Diggs's phone in this case.
And again, the same calculation would apply. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So that message was delivered to Mr. Diggs's phone at 12:34 p.m. Eastern Standard Time?
That's correct.
Looking at this box, the kind of corner, the bottom right corner we just talked about, you said that's when it was delivered to the phone, the user's phone. Is there any way, for any other way, I should say, for one of these blue boxes, one of these messages to appear in an iMessage chat?
No, I mean it's just sent from the user that's part of the conversation that we see here.
Okay. And so the user in the right on the green, is there any way that that person could create a message on the other side of the conversation?
No, a user is not able to insert a message into a conversation just on one side of, in their own phone.
So a user could insert messages into iMessage on their own side of the conversation, but not on the side of the person they're talking to.
They can only send the message. They can't go into a conversation and just put a message in there. It has to be sent in that two-way communication.
Conversely, if the user of an iPhone wanted to erase messages on their side of the iMessage chat, would that be possible?
Yes.
If just directing your attention to the bottom right of page 114, there's a green box on the right. That's a message Mr. Diggs sent. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. If that message were deleted, would you be able to tell from the data that was extracted?
Possibly.
Okay.
And the reason why is that on an iPhone, if you delete a message, it actually gets retained for 30 days. So if you have an iPhone, you can go back and recover that message. Maybe if you deleted it by accident or something, you can recover it within 30 days. After 30 days, it's not recoverable.
All right. And so you could see the data for 30 days if a user deleted it, if you extracted their phone, correct?
Within that 30 days.
All right. How about if they deleted it and you just looked at the screen?
If they deleted it and you looked at the screen, no, you'd have to go to the menu and look at recently deleted.
Understood. If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Just a few more questions, Judge. Apologies. I'm going to ask you, Mr. Perry, to turn to Exhibit 4. That's marked D. And I only got a couple questions for you on this. So I'm going to ask you to turn to the page that is marked 182, the bottom right corner.
Okay.
All right. And so, fair to say there's a message there that in the bottom left corner says, reacted to, all good. You know, I try not to make things bigger than what they are. You got your own life and things you deal with. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So going to the time in the bottom right corner of that message, it says 12/11/2025, 8:37, 21 seconds a.m. UTC -5. Can you explain what that means time-wise?
Yes. So this is UTC -5, which means it's Eastern time because it's in December. So it's Eastern time zone. And what that means is for this report, after I preserve the phone, I load it into the application, my forensic application, and it parses the data that I extracted from the phone, and it recognizes that it looks like this phone is in Eastern time zone. Would you like me to translate the timestamps into that? And for this one, I hit yes. And so it's giving us a timestamp that's translated to Eastern time where the phone was used. The other report, I must have hit no for that, and it was just UTC.
Okay. And so Exhibit 3, there is no conversion in the actual report, and Exhibit 4 there is for the time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth, any questions?
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the Exhibit 3, this extraction, when did you perform this extraction?
This extraction was April 13th, I believe it was.
And Exhibit 4, when did you perform that extraction?
I believe that was the next day.
So is that these text messages were sent in December?
December 2025.
So the extraction report you did in April was beyond the 30 days, right?
That's correct.
So if someone had deleted messages from this, you wouldn't be able to tell?
Not from looking at this phone, no.
Right. Nothing further.
Anything further? No. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's called Janelle Salas.
Watch your step. You're going to remain standing and face the front.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may sit or stand, whatever you feel.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Janelle Salas, S-A-L-E-S.
Where are you from?
Maryland.
What do you do for a living, Miss Salas?
I am the chief of staff to Mr. Diggs.
You say Mr. Diggs, is that Stefon Diggs?
Correct.
How long have you been Mr. Diggs' chief of staff?
Since July 2023.
What are your responsibilities? What do you do day to day as his chief of staff?
I manage all the moving parts. It also varies between during the season or off season, calendar management, vendor management, and I'm pretty much the liaison between his marketing and talent agency. If I need to speak to finance, anything that comes up with his agent, anything personal, family related.
Sounds like quite a bit there. Okay. You said it varies by whether it's in the off season or the season. What does that mean?
So during the season, the calendar is pretty much structured for about 20 weeks, depending how long it goes, from camp all the way until the end of the season. So there's a strict schedule day to day, pretty much from 7 to 6 p.m. And then off season, it varies between training, traveling, and other business commitments.
Okay. And so you've been saying season and off season. Fair to say Mr. Diggs is a professional football player?
Correct.
Right. And so that would be the football season?
Correct.
You said that in the off season, in the regular season, there is kind of schedules that you have to liaise with the team on, correct?
Correct.
Right. In the off season, it's more a schedule that you and Mr. Diggs can set then?
Correct.
When is the football season? What time of year?
Preseason, I would say July. So that's when we start preparing for camp. And then it starts, the actual NFL preseason is August. And then the official NFL season begins in September.
Okay. And when does it end?
If you go all the way through, January and February.
All right. So December is during the
season.
NFL season?
Regular season.
Regular season.
Mm-hmm.
Among the things I think you just mentioned that you have to kind of arrange is living arrangements, places to live.
Correct.
All right. And have you lived in different places, or have you helped kind of secure housing over different places?
Yes.
And where's that been the last few years?
When I first started with him, it was between Buffalo, Houston, Miami, and then as of the past season, Dedham, Massachusetts.
All right. How did that house in Dedham, Massachusetts come to be the place where Mr. Diggs lived?
I got connected with a realtor through a mutual business associate, and he found this open home for rent because the goal is to rent a home. And so they found this space, and we looked at it. We did the walkthrough, and it was pretty much the only one that was really available in the area because it was super limited, and it fit the needs.
Let me just stop you there. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So, you were involved essentially in setting up that house?
Correct.
All right. I want to talk to you for a moment as well about other employees, contractors, those types of things.
Okay.
Are you involved at all in hiring or kind of arranging different services?
Yes.
Right. And so what would those be, generally speaking?
During the season, it would be his wellness and maintenance schedule. So it's massage therapists, nurses for his IV therapy, hair, nails, esthetician, just pretty much did regular maintenance on his body to just keep him going throughout the season.
Okay. And in terms of any other employees, have you had to try to, arrange for flights,
Yes.
drivers?
Correct.
What about a chef?
This past one, we were just familiar. He was friends with her.
All right. Let me go back before. Have you hired chefs before
Correct.
in the past?
Yes, I have.
All right.
Yes.
In terms of just kind of the process of hiring drivers, chefs, masseuses, anybody else, is there a normal process for engaging someone for their services?
We vet them out. I typically have I ask someone that was already a trusted resource, and I vet them out through them. We get paperwork. We come to agreements to terms. Sometimes they have a contract. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they have an NDA. Sometimes they don't. It really is dependent on the relationship. And also, especially if they're new, they get the full-on package, basically. NDA.
All the paperwork you just
W-9,
described.
correct.
Okay. So you mentioned you didn't have paperwork for the most recent chef. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And what's that person's name?
Mila
Do you know Mila's last name?
Adams.
All right. When did Mila Adams start working as the chef?
July of 2025.
Where did she work?
In Dedham at the house.
All right. Did she live in the house as well?
Correct.
Who were the other people who spent time in that house and or lived in it?
Spent time in it. I spent time in it when I would visit for games. His brother visited, one of his childhood best friends, photographer, videographer, mom, and other business associates and any friends that would come and visit.
Okay. Were there kind of permanent or assigned bedrooms in that house?
There was a general understanding of whose room, who stayed in which room, and pretty much if you got there, it's like first come, first serve. So there was only just 2 assigned rooms.
All right. Did Mr. Diggs have an assigned room?
Correct, he did.
And where was that in the house?
It was the main primary bedroom. When you walk upstairs, there's the first immediate bedroom. There's a landing and a laundry room, and it's the first immediate bedroom to your right.
All right. You just walked us in the house there for a moment. Could you just describe what the layout of the downstairs looks like?
So generally, there's a big grand foyer. When you walk into the house from the front door, there's a formal living room. To the right, there is a office to the left. When you walk up, it's about 2 steps and you go up, there's a formal dining room on the right. And then you walk up, it's an open concept. So it's an open living room and an open kitchen to the front of you. To the left of that is the stairs going upstairs to the 4 bedrooms. And then there's a stairs, that go downstairs, right underneath the stairs that go up, to 2 bedrooms in the basement.
Okay. Did Miss Adams have a room in that house?
She did.
Where was that?
So when you walk upstairs to the landing part to the third floor, you walk up the second flight of the stairs, which is about 4 or 5 steps. There's a bedroom to the right, and then there's 2 bedrooms to the left. She lived, her room was the last bedroom all the way down the hallway on the left side.
I think you just described that this was an open set.
Yes, it's open.
Right.
So it basically looked like there was a bridge, like a U bridge from the upstairs looking down, because the middle of the house, you can look down and you can see everything.
Okay.
And you can look up and you can see the hallways of both going into all 3 bedrooms.
Understood. So, different people at the house. Did you have a key?
I had a key to the front door.
Okay. Were there any other security systems set up at the house other than just locks?
The garage, and then doors for like her bedroom and his bedroom.
Okay. And that is that.
And his closets.
All right. Any other measures on the house?
Garage door. I know there was a ring camera system, an alarm system, but other than that, nothing out of the ordinary.
Got it. So I want to direct your attention to December 2nd, 2025.
Okay.
Were you working that day?
Yes.
Where were you?
I was at the house. It was the day after the Monday night football game, and I had a hair appointment because we were getting ready to leave for our trip.
Where were you going?
Miami, Florida.
Who was going to Miami, Florida?
Miami trip consisted of Mr. Diggs, myself, his brother, his childhood best friend, and another close friend of his.
Who had made the arrangements to get that group of people to Miami?
Me.
When did you start making those arrangements?
The week prior, once we figured out the logistics. I typically try to do things a few days prior just because of the requirements that some of the travel vendors need from us, and because it's such a busy week. So I try to book as soon as possible.
All right. What was going on in Miami?
He had Art Basel, which is a art festival, art fair, and he was showcasing he was debuting his furniture line.
Right, so Mr. Diggs has a furniture line?
Correct.
That week, was he not working? Was he missing a game? What was happening?
So Monday night, he had the Monday night football game, and it was going into his bye week.
What's a bye week?
Bye week is pretty much the 1 week that the NFL gives to players where they're pretty much off. They just have to report back on the scheduled day that it's typically like 4 or 5 days off, no meetings. They can go on vacation. They come back that Monday.
All right.
Regular scheduled programming.
And the plan was to go to the Art Basel, was what it was called?
Correct, yes.
In Miami during the bye week?
Yes.
Anything else going on in Miami?
We were also celebrating his birthday.
What day is his birthday?
November 29th.
All right. So his birthday had already come and gone, correct?
Yes.
All right. And was there a birthday party that week?
There were at his house or in Miami?
In Miami, I mean.
In Miami, correct, there was.
You mentioned that there was a game the night before. What time's a Monday night game start, if you know?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock p.m.?
Mm-hmm.
So do you know when it ends?
Probably midnight, and we probably didn't get out of there until like 2 a.m.
Got it.
Maybe 1 a.m., 2 a.m.
So that morning you said you were getting a hair appointment?
Mm-hmm.
Where was that?
It was at the Dry Bar in Chestnut Hill, and my appointment was at 10 a.m.
How did you get there?
I drove.
Do you have a car?
No.
Whose car did you drive?
I drove Mr. Diggs' car.
Got it. And how long did that take you to get to the hair appointment, if you remember?
About 30, 35 minutes because of traffic and the weather.
You mentioned that there was a Ring video system.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at a video that is on Exhibit 11. One moment.
That's fine.
Counsel, do you need a minute? Because I can take the morning recess now if that's helpful. That's okay, whatever. All right, let's do this. Let's give you a second and everyone. Oh, wait, here we go.
Here we go. Yes, if we could play that. And for the record, that's a video ending in the number 602. Do you recognize what we just saw there?
Yes, that's Mr. Diggs Maybach.
Okay. And what's happening that
He
in
left
that
for
video?
work.
Where were you?
I was in the car, probably waiting to leave and warming up the car to go.
Okay. And you weren't in that car that we just saw drive out.
I was in
correct?
his Porsche.
I'm happy to continue, Judge, but we have a while further, so it might make
No,
sense.
that's fine. Why don't we take, jurors, why don't we take the morning recess? I think there should even be some coffee back there for you for a moment, all right? All right.
All rise. Jurors can step down this way, please.
Thank you.
The jurors have exited. This courtroom stands in a morning recess. Please wait in the hallway. Thank you. All set.
And so far, this assistant of Stefon Diggs has been a stellar witness. A stellar witness, I might add. And shit, she actually doing her job. And she's like the type of person you want on your team and you want working for you. Like, can you imagine Stefon Diggs actually knocking her down? I mean, I'm pretty sure he like any and all types, but it just, to me, it seems like his relationship with her has always remained professional, as I said in the chat. So she's a stellar witness, and I'm happy that she's there to testify, to make sense of it. And it also mostly helps that she is a woman, a Hispanic woman, a black woman. It shows diversity in his staff and diversity around him. And also, there were text messages where text messages show that she was being racist towards another staff, the white lady, Lauren, and now there's a Spanish woman. So this actually looks good for Stefon thus far with this particular witness coming forward, okay? But in the meantime, let's get to some more trending news while they're on recess. Disturbing: Trump's Secret Service agent arrested after allegedly following hotel guests, then playing with his cucumber outside their room.
Crazy allegations here that that person's on administrative leave this morning, but let's walk you through what folks are saying here. Got hotel guests. They say that the man you see here, John Spillman, followed them to their hotel room Sunday night, dropped his pants, and then they say he performed sexual acts. Police say they even caught Spillman doing so when they arrived. He was working as a security perimeter, screening detail at Trump Doral for the president's visit as he attended the 2026 Catholic Championship golf tournament. Was off duty, though, when arrested. Some crazy allegations here that...
Wow, and this happened back at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Miami Airport. That's very bizarre. But I don't put it past someone connected to Trump gooning off to a couple that he's so desperate and obsessed with. Maybe he was just doing it a little bit too early, okay? You got to let the ugh sink in and figure out who's actually down for that after party, that Diddy throw that Trump and them be at, okay? It's not hard to put it past that. There's also pastors connected to Donald Trump that have been P-words and caught texting and talking to minors. Who knows? Also, this kind of reminds me of the 2019 interview Jonathan Audie gave to the FBI, where he said that he shot up Trump Tower because they was doing freak-offs. Specifically, Cassie and Diddy gave him herpes, and all of that got brought back up during the Diddy trial. And It's not ironic that Donald Trump was a part of it. I've even heard stories of Donald Trump being in the dark rooms in the main dinner himself, if you know what I mean. So it's a bunch of weird things happening around Donald Trump. Even his attorney general, Pam Bondi, has to testify about the Epstein files and why she chose to select which ones were released and which ones weren't. And we're going to see what's happening there. And remember, Donald Trump just randomly fired her. And according to Aunt Deb, shout out to Aunt Deb, so many people are writing notifications to the judiciary and the Bar Association in Florida trying to get rid of her license. And if you follow the path and see the common denominator in all of these lawyers losing their licenses and politicians losing their career, they were all connected to Donald Trump and acting on behalf of Donald Trump instead of the people of America. Donald Trump himself is not bigger than the program. So we're going to see what Pam Bondi testifies to. But so it's a lot of weirdos around Donald Trump and they're going down like the Titanic. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section below about this weirdo gooning off to a couple. Was he just a little bit too early? Or this is just a random act that Donald Trump is just completely absolved from? Let's see. Okay, they're on recess. Let me go ahead and do that real quick. And by the way, the you guys will see like me post random stuff, like post videos here and there. I'm definitely working extremely hard, and I greatly appreciate you guys for being here. Every like counts. Put me back in the algorithm. Every view counts. And also for the people that's new here, or for the people that's like in my chat and I never really get to speak to, now while we're in transition mode would be a great time for you to pop up out of the bushes and say hello to myself and the community that we are fostering here. Okay, turn that on. Just 1 second. I don't know. I think the morning recess is gonna last for about 15 minutes or so. And the Secret Service placed that guy on leave. I don't know if it was paid leave or not, but it's yeah, crazy. What's up, Taylor Indra? Shout out to you. I did get your message. I seen your message and I was like, oh, let me talk about the Met Gala. And I did cover that and I actually uploaded a portion of that video talking about it as a standalone video. So check that out if and when you get a chance to. Yes, indeed. If and when you get a chance to. Sorry about that banging noise. I cannot help that, but I mute the mic whatever it gets too bad. But they're in recess and I'm like actually working behind the scenes. Actually getting pretty fast at it too, by the way. He look like he got Down syndrome a little bit, actually. No shade to the Down syndrome community. Like he was hiding the motherfucker right now. I'll shoot a nigga. And shit right now. It's bad that his Secret Service agent would get caught up about some extra error type of stuff in the middle of an Epstein investigation and use Secret Service. God damn. That's fucked up. Okay, shut up. pipes and shit, shaking, rattling. Face traveling, face rattling, huh? Turn down to make his speakers bleed. Downloads. Boom. Boom. Oh yes, 11:11. Shout out to you for highlighting it. I got so busy and forgot it was 11:11. But lucky thing, happened for me an hour ago, but for you, it's right now. Are you big into numerology? Let me know. Met Gala again, brief overview. I've already done that, and I actually uploaded it. It's in my videos. You can see it. And what I've been doing right now is uploaded another video that's almost done. I'm just waiting for something. Getting very fast at it, by the way. Oh. They're still on recess. Perfect timing.
Jurors entering, all right. May be seated.
Court, all rise. This honorable court is back in session. You may be seated.
I may resume, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Salas, we just watched a video off of Exhibit 11, and I think you said that was Mr. Diggs going to work?
Correct.
What kind of car was that?
A Maybach.
Okay. You said you were in a Porsche warming the car up?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you to, first I'm going to ask Ms. Silva to play a video there ending in 610. I'm going to ask you to watch that, Ms. Salas.
It's not on the screen.
There it is. So if we can replay that, you can get a look at it, Ms. Salas. If we could pause it right there real quick. All right, so do you recognize what that video depicts?
Yes.
What's that?
It's the Porsche leaving the house.
Who's driving that Porsche? That's you leaving the house?
Yes.
All right. And if I could direct your attention here. The time on the exhibit is 9:26 Eastern Standard Time on December 2nd, 2025.
Correct.
Does that sound about right for when you left the house that morning?
Yes. Because my appointment is at 10 a.m.
Okay. So looking at that image, can you tell us, kind of just orient us
She's
on
thorough.
what we're looking at there?
The car, so that's the front of the house, and there's a long driveway that goes towards the back of the house to a 3-car garage and a driveway where you can probably fit maybe 2 or 3 more cars in the actual plot in front of the garage.
All right. Is there a way to enter the house through the garage?
Yes, there's an entry door going straight into the grand foyer of the house. There's the basement entry, stairwell, a powder room on the right, the entry stairwell to the basement to the left, and when you walk straight, there's the grand foyer. In front of you is the dining room, and then the formal living room, and then to the left is the living room and the kitchen.
Okay.
And the stairwell going up to the 3rd floor.
Going upstairs.
Yes.
All right. And so did you go through the garage to drive the Porsche out that morning?
Yes.
Do you remember getting back to the house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
It was in the afternoon after I had ran my errands from my hair appointment.
Okay. What I would ask is if Miss Silva could play a video with the last 3 numbers, 637, off of that same exhibit, Exhibit 11. If we could maybe replay that one more time, it's only about 3 seconds. All right, so do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes, it's the car returning home.
And is that you driving the car?
Yes.
All right. And the timestamp on that indicates it's 12:59:59 Eastern Standard Time. That's just about 1 p.m. Is that consistent with your recollection when you got home?
Yes.
Jessica,
what were
you're
you doing that
absolutely
day after
right.
You got your hair done?
I was coordinating our travels because I was getting updates from the airport regarding
Thank you. Shut up.
the change of airports, change of planes, and trying to just get everybody together.
Okay.
To be ready to leave by the end of the night.
So you were working?
Correct.
And was there an area where you worked in the house?
In the kitchen, in the small little dining table, like in between the kitchen and the living room.
Okay. I'm going to ask Ms. Silva to play one more video for us. That's going to be 183725 on Exhibit 11.
One second.
If we could try to replay that one more time as well. All right, so it looks like she's paused it here a second into the frame. Do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
It's the Maybach coming home.
All right, is that Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
The timestamp on that looks like it says 15:38 and 51, so maybe 3:39, 3:40 p.m.
Yes.
Is that consistent with your recollection of when you got home?
Yes.
You said you were working that afternoon. Do you know where Mr. Diggs went in the house?
He likely went to say hi to his brothers and then went straight upstairs to take a nap because it's the day after a game.
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. Where were you sitting?
I was probably walking around the house, either the kitchen, probably going up and down to the basement because I was probably doing laundry, just running around the house.
Objection.
Sustained. That response is stricken.
Oh, Jessica, you'll go?
So let me ask you.
You
mentioned
listen.
that you
You
remembered,
better get some questions outside the court and
doing
send it to
something
me.
with flights,
Please.
and getting to the airport.
Correct.
What is that? What do you mean?
So because one of the airports that we usually travel frequently at, the Norwood Airport, there's limitations on the planes, and especially if the weather is bad, they typically recommend that we fly into another airport, which was Bedford.
Bedford, Massachusetts?
Correct.
So is that to say the weather was not great?
Correct.
December 2nd?
Correct.
That day, when you're making these phone calls, sending emails, doing whatever work you're doing to coordinate, you said you were downstairs? Did you see anybody else walking around downstairs during that afternoon?
Mila was there, his brother was there, and his childhood best friend, and another friend was also arriving in, who had flown in to go to Miami with us.
Okay. You said Mila was there. Did you see her that afternoon?
Yes.
What did she look like?
She looked like she was going to work out. She had workout clothes on. She complimented on my hair. Just regular, just walking around the kitchen, probably around the house. Nothing out of the usual.
Okay. That afternoon, did you, is that the only time you saw Miss Adams? Did you see her again as the day went on?
In the evening. Closer to the evening.
So after dark?
Yes, it was because it was getting dark at like 3 o'clock at that time. So by like 3:30, 4 o'clock, maybe closer to 4:30, it was like dark.
Okay. And so sometime after that, you think you saw Miss Adams again?
Yes, because I was sitting in the kitchen and she had asked me if I purchased her flight.
The flight, was that a flight to Atlanta?
Correct.
And when you spoke to her that afternoon in the kitchen, did you observe anything on her face?
No.
Anything on her neck?
No.
Did you see any redness or swelling?
No.
Was she crying at all?
No.
What was she doing?
She was walking around looking for a piece of a paper and a pen to write a card, to, I guess, write a note to him for his birthday gift.
When you say to him, is that to Mr. Diggs?
Correct.
And that's that November 29th birthday you just referenced?
Yes.
That afternoon, was there anything on Mr. Diggs' schedule?
He had ozone therapy and massage.
So is that a nurse who comes and does fluids?
Yes.
And a massage, you said?
He has a massage therapist.
What time were those appointments?
I believe I told them both to come at 5.
Do you remember if those individuals actually appeared at the house?
Yes,
Did they?
I believe so.
That afternoon, you said you purchased a flight for Mila Adams to Atlanta?
Yes,
Did you arrange to get her to the airport?
yes.
What time did that happen?
Probably in the 7 o'clock hour because you have to be there an hour before checking in your bag, and it took about 45 minutes to get to the airport. So probably between 7 to 7:30.
You think about 7:30?
Yeah.
And so, did she leave the house around 7:30?
She should have left around before 7:30 to get to the airport on time if she was checking in a bag.
And you saw her prior to that,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So is it the encounter you had in the kitchen?
Yes.
With the pen and the card, I think you mentioned?
Yeah, she was running to go to his room to put it on, I guess, his gifts that she was giving him.
Did you end up speaking to Mr. Diggs later that evening?
Yes.
And did you see any of those, the card or the presents that you
Yes, there were 2 boxes on his bed from Chanel. One he had opened up and he put on after his massage, and we were getting ready to leave. I told him, we got to pack, we got to go, we got to make this flight. He put the beanie on. There was another box that was unopened, and then there was a green Post-it with whatever note she had on it telling for his birthday.
All right. Prior to, speaking of Mr. Diggs, prior to arranging for Miss Adams' Uber, did you hear anything that afternoon?
No.
Any screams?
No.
Slam doors?
No.
Anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Do you know if Miss Adams cooked dinner that night?
It was like a hot dog. It was like and there was like mustard on it, but it was like left on the counter and it was like dried up. And then in the room, it was like dried up. So there was like 2 that were made.
Let me back you up on that. Do you know if she did cook dinner that night?
She did.
Where did she do that?
In the kitchen.
And what time did you see that?
I just remember the food being like prepared.
Okay.
Already.
And you mentioned it was a hot dog or something like that?
Yeah, it was like a hot dog, or like, like Auntie Anne's when they have like the pretzel dogs. It kind of looked like that, but it just looked dried up.
Okay. That night, did you all leave for Miami?
Yes.
If I may have one moment. I just want to recap on one issue.
Okay.
I think you said Miss Adams complimented your hair. Did she tell you anything else?
No. She was like, "Oh, your hair's getting long and it looks good." I was like, "Thank you."
Okay. Did she tell you she was assaulted?
No.
Strangled?
No.
You're the chief of staff?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
I'm over here to inquire.
Thank you. Good morning. And is it Sunny?
Yes, that's my nickname.
And that's is that SUNNYNIE? Is it
SUNNY and then SUNNI.
okay? So both ways. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So right now you are the chief of staff. Is that right?
Correct.
And how long have you been Mr. Diggs' chief of staff?
Since July 2023.
And prior to that, what was your position?
I manage his household, but it was part-time.
Where?
In
how long-
Maryland.
And how long did you do that?
September 2022 up until July 2023.
And prior to working for Mr. Diggs, what did you do?
I have been an independent consultant. I have been a project manager, event producer, and I consulted for companies for almost at that time, since 2017.
And right now, how much do you get paid by Mr. Diggs?
I would say
Overruled.
Between 90 to 100,000 a year.
And when you were, what was the term of the previous job? The house manager?
Yes.
Oh, how much did you get paid when you did that?
I was on retainer for $5,000 a month.
And you mentioned you went to Art Basel?
Correct.
And how long was that?
That was from we got there Tuesday evening up until the events were all the way through the weekend that Sunday.
And what kind of events were there?
There was a showcase of his furniture line, his birthday party, just, showcasing his new furniture line.
But and you went to these events?
Yes.
Did you have to pay for any of these events?
No. Like physically? Like my own money?
Yeah.
No.
And did you have food there?
Yes.
Did you have to pay for your food?
Not with my own money.
So.
With my company card.
Okay. So.
Yes.
Thank you. You mentioned driving one of his cars. What car was that?
It was his Porsche.
Is it a nice car?
Yes.
How often do you drive that one?
If I need to go run errands, if I need to do something, I will use the car as an insured driver.
And when you say run errands, is that personal errands or errands for Mr. Diggs?
Both.
Okay. How often do you go on trips with the staff?
As needed, specifically for business trips, more so.
Okay. On December 2nd, you were at least at some point in the house, right?
Correct.
And you saw Ms. Adams?
Yes.
So she was there in the house?
Yes.
And you saw Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
So he was there in the house?
Yes.
Did you, was there any time that day where were you following Mr. Diggs the whole time?
No.
Were you following Ms. Adams the whole time?
No.
So there a time when both of them were outside of your range of being able to see and
yes.
hear? Have you been to Ms. Adams' room before?
Not all the way inside, but I knew which room she was in.
So you had not been inside that room before?
Not when she occupied it, but when we did the walkthrough, I was.
Okay, so when you were first looking at the house?
Yes.
But that day you were not in that room?
No.
Okay, so whatever could have happened in that room, you were unaware of anything that could have happened in that room?
Correct.
Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
Is it fair to say that you have a financial interest in Mr. Diggs doing well?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What does that mean?
If he does well, do you do well?
I think we collectively do well.
Do you?
Even outside of financially.
Is he a good boss?
Yes, he's great.
Do you want to continue working for him?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Anything else, counsel, for your witness?
I just have one question for you.
Yes.
You mentioned that you got to drive the Porsche.
Yes.
All right. Would you lie under oath to get to drive the Porsche and work for Mr. Diggs?
What does that mean?
It's part of lying under oath, your job to do.
What? I'm sorry. Can
is,
you?
Is your job to lie, or would you be truthful?
I'll be truthful.
Okay. Who else got to drive that car?
Mila and anyone around the house, if they needed to use the car, they would drive it.
Did you see Mila drive that car?
I've seen her drive the car before.
I don't have any other questions.
Anything else for this witness, Kamala?
When you say just other people around the house, about how many people does Mr. Diggs have working for him?
Employed, one.
So then otherwise, are they all just contract or?
Correct.
Do you know about how many?
Depends, depending on the job, as needed.
Okay. Do you know in this?
Objection, Your Honor. We're now outside the scope of the redirect.
Overruled.
Just in December, do you know?
I couldn't give that to you on the top of my head.
All right. Nothing further.
Thank you very much. You may step down.
Thank you.
Defense calls Juliana Stratati.
Watch yourself. You're going to remain standing and face the court.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
You may sit or stand.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Juliana Stratoti, Stratoti.
Are you from Massachusetts?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
I'm a registered nurse.
Right. Where do you work?
Full time, I work at Mass General Hospital, and then I have a side, a per diem job at the Drip Bar.
What is the Drip Bar?
Drip Bar is a wellness and hydration service. It's a franchise, but we have a location in Foxborough.
Okay. And so what do you do as a nurse for the Drip Bar?
Provide like wellness services, hydration, like extra therapy for people that you don't get prescribed, like at a hospital or through your primary care physician.
Does some of that involve making house calls?
Yes.
On December 2nd, 2025, did you do some kind of treatment, a house call that afternoon?
I did.
And where was that?
At Mr. Diggs's house.
All right. And had you been to that house previously?
I had.
And that was at 7th Schoolmaster Street in Dedham, fair
Yes.
to say? Do you remember what time you got there?
Most of my appointments were 4, 5, or 6 o'clock. I think that day I got there at about 5 o'clock.
If I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes, right in.
I'm going to put the image in front of you. I'm going to ask you to take a look at that and tell me if you recognize what that is.
That's me ringing at the front door on the Ring camera.
All right. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of you arriving at the house on December 2nd, 2025?
Yes.
That would move to admit is Exhibit 12.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Be so marked.
And I'm going to show you another photograph and ask you to take a look at that.
That's me leaving the house on the Ring camera footage.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of you walking out of that house in the afternoon of December 2nd, 2025?
Yes.
I would move to admit Exhibit 13.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Be so marked.
13.
I'm going to put Exhibit 12 back in front of you and ask you, there's a timestamp at the bottom right corner.
Your Honor, can we be seated in sidebar?
Yes, of course. Commonwealth's objection is sustained.
A moment ago, I think you described when your appointments routinely were. Do you recall what time you got to the house in Dedham that afternoon on December 2nd?
That day I got there at 4:50
Okay. PM?
p.m.
And do you remember when you left the house?
According to the Ring camera footage, it was.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember when you left the house?
I don't remember exactly the time, but all of my appointments were roughly 45 minutes to an hour long.
All right. And so on December 2nd, 2025, do you think, how long do you think you were in the house?
Probably about an hour.
In the house, when you were doing the treatment, where did it actually occur physically inside the house?
In the living room.
So then fair to say you were in that house that afternoon for about an hour, maybe a little less?
Yes.
Okay. Anything out of the ordinary that day?
Not that I recall.
Hear anything unusual?
No.
Did you see anything unusual?
No.
I have no further questions.
May I?
Yes.
Good morning still. Had you gone to Mr. Diggs' house prior to this date?
I had
And how many times have you done this before?
a handful of times. I think before that was 2 or 3.
Okay.
After that was a couple.
And without you saying the actual names of any of your clients, what kind of clientele do you have with this job?
It depends on what services they're looking for. So kind of all across the board.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, defense calls Stephanie Anastasi.
Watch your step, and if you can just remain standing and face the court.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
My first name is Stephanie. My last name is Anastasi, Anastassi.
And do you live in Massachusetts, Ms. Anastasi?
I currently live in Rhode Island.
Where do you work?
I work in Massachusetts.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a massage therapist.
Are you employed in that work?
Yes.
Who do you work for?
The Right Touch Day Spa in Attleboro, Mass.
All right. And you provide massage therapy treatment to clients? Is that
Yes.
right? And as part of your work, do you need to visit clients in their home?
I do that separately on my own on the side.
I see.
It doesn't have anything to do with where I work currently.
Okay. All right. And as part of your work treating clients, are some of your clients professional athletes?
Yes, sometimes.
All right. And was one of your clients in December of 2025 Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
All right. And how did it come about that you were providing treatment for Mr. Diggs?
I used to work for the Celtics back in 2019. And whoever I used to work for, he's a physical therapist. He connected me with Mr. Diggs.
Okay, thank you. And you would provide massage therapy for Mr. Diggs at his home?
Correct.
About how often per week would you do that?
Twice a week.
All right. And where in the home would you provide that treatment?
Sometimes it was in the living room area, and sometimes it was in his bedroom.
Did you need any special equipment to provide your treatment?
He provided that. I do need some special equipment, yes.
I see. So there was the equipment in the house?
Yes.
I take it you used a table?
Yes.
Any other equipment?
No, just a massage table, and I would use my cups, which is for cupping.
I see. Okay. Thank you. How long did a typical treatment take?
Between a 90-minute to 2 hours.
And did you give Mr. Diggs a treatment on December 2nd, 2025?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember approximately when you arrived at his home for that treatment?
It was between 5:45 and 6 o'clock in the evening.
Okay. And how did you get into the house?
I rang the doorbell, and Sonny opened the door for me.
Okay, thank you. And what happened next?
Then I asked Sonny where he was or where he would like his massage at. She told me he was in his room, and that's where he would like his massage. So I went and grabbed the massage table. It was in like a computer room. And I brought it upstairs, and he was laying in his bed, and I started setting up the table.
All right. And was Mr. Diggs, do you remember what he was doing when you walked in other than laying in his bed?
I think he was falling asleep a little bit, but I wasn't sure. It was just laying down.
Okay. So I take it you began the treatment?
So I set up, I grabbed the blankets and stuff, and then he fell asleep. So I texted Sunny, and I was like, hey, can I wake him up? And she said yes. So I ended up waking him up, and then he got on the table.
Okay. And about how long was the treatment that day, if you can recall?
It was between 90 minutes to 2 hours usually. It was more towards the 2 hours than the 90 minutes.
All right. And did anyone come into that while you were performing that treatment in that 90-minute to 2-hour window?
Yes. Mila Adams came in the room at the time.
Okay. And how did you know Mila Adams?
I seen her in the house.
So you met her?
Yeah, I've seen her multiple times in the house.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to her?
Yes, we've had conversation.
Okay. So while you're performing the treatment, can you just explain to the jury what you saw?
Yeah, so I was working on his right side leg, and I can, because the door is in front of me, and I can see whoever was walking in. She was walking in. She saw that he was asleep, left, and kind of came back at a later time. When she came back at a later time, he kind of woke up because he was asleep. And she kind of went over to the bed, and she asked him, there was something on the bed. She asked him if he was going to keep it. And then he said yes, and then she turned around and left.
And were you able to see what was on the bed?
It was a black box, but I'm not sure what it was or what was in it.
And did you ever have any occasion to look in that box?
No.
All right. How did Ms. Adams appear to you when you saw her come into the room those 2 times?
She seemed to be okay. It's nothing that I wasn't used to seeing in the past.
So she looked to your eyes the same as she had in
the
time
past.
you saw her?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any marks on her face?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you see any marks on her neck?
No, she had a black jacket on, so I don't think I could see her neck, but I didn't see anything on her face at the time.
And did she seem upset at all to you?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. Right. And Miss Anastasi, do you remember when you left the house that day?
It's probably between almost 8 o'clock, 7:30 and 8 o'clock that day.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further
Of course.
questions.
Good afternoon, Miss Anastasi. Oh, sorry, good morning still, actually, Miss Anastasi.
Hello.
You said you had previously worked at the Celtics, and is it like kind of word of mouth that you got a job working for Mr. Diggs?
Yes.
In your line of work, how important is word of mouth in order to find new clients?
It's very important.
And outside of just actual, I guess, technique and skill, is discretion and care of how you, because you're working with some high-profile people, is that also an important aspect to have?
I don't understand the question.
I'll withdraw it. Nothing further.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. You may step down.
Okay.
And Your Honor, the defense calls Melissa Goddard.
Watch your step. Remain standing. You can face the clock.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sure. Melissa Goddard, Goddard.
Thank you. And what city do you live in? City and state, please.
Boca Raton, Florida.
Right. And are you employed?
Yes, I am.
Where are you employed?
At PMG Private CFO.
And what is PMG Private CFO?
It's a boutique financial service company. So we do accounting, tax planning, tax prep, budgeting. We handle everything financial, data collection.
And is one of your company's clients Stef Diggs?
Yes, it is.
Right. And do you work on Mr. Diggs' account?
Yes, I'm his client manager.
All right. And how long have you been the client manager for Mr. Diggs' account?
Since November 13th, 2023.
Okay. And can you just briefly describe how Mr. Diggs' account is structured?
Sure.
he has the personal side, which we call concierge, and the business side. So the personal side is his life personally, but because his person is a business, it transfers also over into businesses. And then he has several businesses that we operate.
Can you just very briefly identify the different businesses that he
Sure.
owns?
Diggs Deep LLC, which is for his name, image, and likeness. Liam Brands International, which is a clothing brand. CV Passem, which is a furniture brand. And Diggs Deep Foundation, which is his charity organization.
All right. And so those businesses that you just described, are those handled on the business side of his account?
Correct.
All right. And then there's a personal side or a concierge side to handle his business. To handle his personal expenses.
Correct.
Okay. And up until starting before October 2025, so from 2023 to 2025 October, which side of his account did you handle?
I handled daily business transactions for the most part.
Okay. And did you have a different colleague to handle the personal kind of concierge side?
Yes, the practical everyday concierge side we did.
And would expenses for private staff be handled on the business side or the concierge side?
The concierge side.
Okay. And did something happen in the fall of 2025 that caused you to take over responsibility for the concierge side?
Yes, we had an associate leave.
Okay. So the associate left, and then were you responsible in the fall of 2025 for both the business and the concierge side?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have responsibility at that time for payments to Mr. Diggs's private chef?
Beginning of November, yes.
Okay. Beginning of November 2025?
Correct.
And do you recall, what did you do when you took over responsibility for those payments?
I was notified at the beginning of November that the data collection program that we used was updated so that personal payments needed to be made. And one of them was for the chef. And I asked, catch me up. Does she have a contract? How do we pay her? Does she have a W-9? Does she have an NDA? Just general information, like, what do I do? And
who are you talking to when you were getting this information?
Sunny.
And who is Sunny?
Stefon's personal assistant.
Okay. All right. Do you recall receiving an invoice from Ms. Adams on December 1st of 2025?
Yes.
And do you recall what that invoice was for?
It was for 3 weeks of services in November and reimbursable expenses.
Okay. What did you do with that invoice when you received it?
I checked. Well, immediately I knew that it was incorrect because I had paid her weekly for 2 of those weeks. So it raised a flag. I needed to figure out, had I made a mistake or had she made a mistake? And that caused me to look a little bit further into the reimbursable expenses. We're much more structured on the business side, so I usually audit those before paying them.
Okay. So when the flag was raised and it caused you to look a little bit deeper, what did you do to look a little bit deeper?
I pulled up every payment that we had made to her for the last 18 months, as far back as I could go. And then I went through every receipt and reimbursable that we paid her for the last 6 months at that time.
Sorry. And at the conclusion, so would you describe that as a kind of an audit?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you receive an invoice and it's incorrect, I want to know, is it our mistake or was it her mistake? So I wanted to make sure that we had paid her correctly.
All right. And what did you learn from conducting your audit?
That she had submitted receipts multiple times over the course of 6 months, the same receipt, that she had submitted reimbursements for packages sent that were paid by our Federal Express account for reimbursement, that we had overpaid her.
And were you able to quantify the amount of money that she had been overpaid based on your audit?
Yes.
And how much money was that?
I think the total was $2,500 and change at that time. with an additional 744 that maybe was legitimate. I couldn't substantiate because there wasn't a date on it. So that was more in a gray area.
Did you ask Ms. Adams for more information about the money that she was seeking?
Yes.
How did you do that?
I contacted Sunny and asked for her email. I gave my phone number, even my personal phone number, so that she could reach me because sometimes they're in different time zones. I reached out to her twice.
Okay, and did you ever hear back from her?
No, she never responded.
Did you tell Mr. Diggs what you had identified, at least from the audit that you conducted?
Yes, he called me. We spoke about it on December 5th.
All right, and what was his reaction?
He's like, get me a report. And he had wanted to make sure that she was paid. And I told him I would get him a report, and he was fine.
In the course of conducting your audit, or actually, strike that, did there come a time when you were aware that there was some paperwork not completed that you would have expected to be completed?
At the beginning when I took over, I asked for those things as, I think it was the beginning of December when the invoice didn't match what I had. You know, I'm buttoning things up. It's the end of fourth quarter. We're closing out the end of the year, so I wanted to make sure we had everything. So, you know, I was going through everybody's paperwork. But yes, it was about the beginning of December I realized we don't have her paperwork.
All right. And did you do anything about that?
Yeah, I had asked Sunny to, I had mentioned to Steph that I think we should get one. He said to coordinate with Sunny, which I did on December 4th. And I didn't receive anything, so I followed up with it as I normally would.
And how did you follow up with it?
I asked Sunny if she had collected it, and I emailed Mila asking for it.
Do you remember the date on which you emailed Mila for it? Sorry, Ms.
December
Adams.
8th.
December 8th. Did you follow up again with Ms. Adams, if you can recall?
I did not, because Steph said not to worry about it.
Okay. Just one moment, I'm sorry, Heather.
Oh, you want a refresher?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. Ms. Goddard, you just testified that you followed up with Ms. Adams asking for the NDA on December 8th.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was incorrect. It was December 13th.
Okay, thank you. All right, no further questions, Your Honor. Counsel, care to inquire?
Just briefly, good afternoon now. Miss Goddard, have you ever been to Mr. Diggs' house in Dedham?
No.
Right, no further questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Defense calls Shy Charles.
Thank you.
Just watch your step and remain standing and face the card.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may sit or stand.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your first and your last name?
My name is Shy Charles. It's spelled Xiacharles.
Right. What do you do for a living, ma'am?
I own a hair salon and I braid hair, natural hair.
And where do you live?
I live in Brooklyn, New York.
You said you own a salon. Do you have an actual physical location?
Yeah, I
And
do.
is that down in the New York City area as well?
Yes, it's in Crown Heights.
How many clients do you have roughly?
Too many to count. I have lots of clients.
Okay. Is one of them Stefon Diggs?
Yes, it is.
How do you know Mr. Diggs?
I started doing his hair when he played for the Buffalo Bills.
Do you know how many years ago that was?
I'm not good with dates, but whenever he last played for the Buffalo Bills.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you actually do Mr. Diggs's hair, how long does that process actually take?
I'd estimate probably about 3 to 5 hours, anywhere between that. Yeah.
And where have you done Mr. Diggs's hair?
At his house. He travels a lot for work, so wherever he needs me to do his hair, I go.
Is that true of other clients you have as well?
Yeah.
Have you been inside Mr. Diggs's house in Dedham?
Yes, I have.
All right. Do you know when he lived there?
I don't know when he occupied the space, but I could tell you the first time I went there to do his hair.
When was that?
Did you stay the night?
When the season started with the Patriots, probably about July, September, around that time last year.
So that'd be 2025?
Yeah.
Okay. And had you been in Mr. Diggs's and other clients' house to do their hair previously?
Yeah, I have lots of celebrity clients, and obviously they wouldn't want to come to the salon, so I go to them. So wherever they're at, I go meet them there, whether it's a hotel, their house, wherever.
All right, so it sounds like September or July, fall of last year was the first time you were in Mr. Diggs's home in Dedham, but not the first time previously.
Yeah, first time in Dedham, but not like elsewhere at his house. Wherever he lived before that, I would go.
Got it. And having done that, did you meet some of the people who were normally around?
Yes.
Do you know a person named Sonny?
Yes.
Who's that?
His assistant.
Right. Did you meet any other family members of Mr. Diggs?
Yeah. Everybody that's in the house, his brothers, his mom, everybody.
Okay. Do you ever meet a person named Mila Adams?
Yes, I have.
Who's that?
It was his chef at the time when I met her.
And so when did you meet Mila Adams?
At the same time, I went to the house for the first time, so like around July, September, whenever the season started with the Patriots.
Of last year?
Yeah.
Did you meet at the house?
Yeah.
And how much time were you at the house kind of the first time you met Miss Adams?
Probably like less than 24 hours or around that time, because I know I had a client the following day. So I just had to come do his hair. But that was late in the evening, and so I had to leave the following day. Yeah.
Okay. And so you met Miss Adams at that point, but did you speak to her?
I did, because I had to go to Walgreens to get some products. And so I asked anybody in the house if they needed anything, and Mila said she needed a sponge, a makeup sponge. And so I got her the sponge. When I came back to the house, she asked me how much money it was, and I told her it was okay. And that's the first interaction we had.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have any other further interaction with Miss Adams after that kind of initial 24-hour stay?
Yeah, when I came back to the house.
When was that?
I can't give you an exact date, but I could like estimate. So probably within 2 weeks, because he'll do his hair like every 2 to 3 weeks.
So about 2, maybe 3 weeks later?
Yeah.
You went back to the house in Dedham?
Yeah.
Was Miss Adams at the house in Dedham at that point?
Yeah.
And so did you speak more to her when you went back the second time?
Yeah. So can we go back? Because even after, because
What does she need the makeup sponge for as a chef is what I'm not asking.
No, I'm sorry. Just
Okay.
I apologize, Miss
Yeah.
Charles. But
Yeah.
did you speak to Miss Adams again that second time you went back to the house?
We spoke more, yeah.
All right. How much time did you spend with her that second time?
More time, like a longer time, because we were talking about food, and she wanted to come to New York to start her restaurant. And I'm a business owner, and we connected on the fact that she was a business owner. And I have like a big social media following, and I told her that she needs to do content. And I wanted to help her with her content so she could start her business. So we connected on that.
Did you end up helping her
Yeah.
with content?
Yeah.
Did you two stay in touch?
Yeah.
How long were you around at the house in Dedham that second time?
I can't tell you how long, honestly. I would stay longer if it had a game and we would go to the game together. But however, because most times she'll be like the only female there and Sunny will come and go. And so I spent more time with her.
Clock that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of following that time you spent together where you said you connected over being business owners,
Yeah.
did you two remain in contact?
Yeah.
And how did you do that?
We'll text, we'll send Instagram reels, we'll FaceTime.
So you guys exchanged phone numbers?
Yeah.
How much did you talk, you think, in the following weeks and months that fall?
A lot, because a lot. We talk about business, we'll gossip, we're girls, so yeah.
Did you ever spend more time together in person with Miss Adams?
Yeah, I took her back to my country. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, so
Oh, Trinidad.
I took her to
Okay.
Tobago.
Close enough.
She spent time with my family, with my grandmother. Yeah, I actually bought her ticket to go to Tobago. So
It's actually friends.
When was that?
this was probably around Thanksgiving time.
End of November then?
Yeah. Whenever Thanksgiving was.
Okay. Following that trip, do you remember where you went after that?
I came back to New York. We came back on the same flight. I came back to New York, and she went to Boston.
Okay. Do you remember where you were on December 2nd?
Yeah, actually, I was in Target, like late evening.
What were you doing in Target?
I was shopping for ingredients because I was spending too much money on Ubers, so I was buying ingredients to cook, like groceries.
So you
You're
tried to
buying groceries
replace
at
her
Target?
Yeah.
and stayed the night that night, huh?
What were you cooking?
So I wanted to make this like Cajun pasta with shrimp and like sausage. Mila had made it at the house, and it was healthy. And so I wanted to cook that because I didn't want to buy Uber Eats. I didn't want to spend money on Uber Eats, and I just wanted to be healthier and cook. And so I wanted to make it like her.
Is
So
what you
I
wanted
was
to
going
do.
through the aisles and like picking up stuff and
Let's
calling
be
you
real.
or message. Like I texted her a picture and asked her if it was this one, but she wasn't responding quick enough, so I FaceTime her.
All right, so let me break that down there for a minute. You're in Target. You're trying to purchase ingredients
Yeah.
for a dinner that you had seen Mila cook.
Yeah.
You said at the house. Is that at the Dedham house?
Yeah.
All right. Did you say you were looking for what was the ingredient you were looking
Like
for?
shrimp, but so she makes matcha as well. So I was trying to find out like what matcha to get. That specific one from tea dealers. Shrimp, pasta, sausage.
Okay.
Everything like that.
So you just said a moment ago that as you were trying to find ingredients, you started by taking a picture and sending it
Yeah.
to Mila.
Yeah.
Do you remember what time that was at?
It was before 6 p.m. for sure because I remember leaving my cart in Target to go pick up some dry cleaning for my boyfriend because I had to get it before it closed. So I actually left Target and came back to Target. So it was before 6 p.m.
So you had a boyfriend and did all of this.
What about a
And
specific
stayed the
time?
night that night.
Do you remember exact times?
So the dry cleaners was in Bronxville, Target was at Gateway. So I got there probably minutes to 6. So probably like the end, like ending at 4 or 5 p.m. somewhere there.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned a text message or a photograph of an ingredient you sent.
Yeah.
Was there any record of that?
Yeah, I took a picture and sent it to her.
All right. Would that have had the actual time
Yeah, and
on
the
the
location.
message?
Yeah.
Do you think taking a look at a record might refresh your recollection of what time
Yeah.
you sent that photograph? Did you say yes?
Yes.
If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What I'm going to ask you to do, Ms. Charles, is
Yeah.
just take a look at that photograph. Okay? And I want you to look at that.
Yeah.
And after you've reviewed it, take a look up at me.
Yeah.
Having looked at that, does that refresh your recollection on what time
Yeah.
you actually began communicating with Miss Adams when you were in the target?
Yes.
And what time was that?
It says 4:38 on the picture.
Okay. Is
Yeah.
that consistent with your recollection of when you reached out to Miss Adams?
Yeah.
Now, you said you started by texting and then you FaceTimed with Miss Adams?
Yeah.
What's FaceTime?
A video call app on every iPhone.
Had you FaceTime with Miss Adams previously?
And she bald head too.
And so describe how that looks. What's happening at that point when you're FaceTiming?
So I FaceTime her. I told her what I was doing. We spoke about the pasta, and all the ingredients I needed to get. And she was like, "Girl, I'm not going to Miami." And she said she's gonna go home to Atlanta for a couple days. Then she's gonna come to New York. Well, she's gonna go home to Atlanta, but she's gonna stop off in New York for a couple days.
All right, let me actually stop you there. I apologize, Miss Charles. It was
Yeah.
not a specific question. So you said you're in Target while this conversation is happening?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you see where Miss Adams was?
Yeah.
Where was she?
She was in the kitchen.
Kitchen of what?
Of the Denham house.
And how do you know that?
Because I've been there before, so I know the layout of the house. And the faucet was running, and I could see the island in the background.
Okay. You just said she mentioned Miami. Did you notice anything about her face, her physical appearance when you had this FaceTime call?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Did you see any redness, swelling?
No.
Was she flush?
No.
Was she teary-eyed?
No.
Were there any bruises on her?
No.
You started to talk a little bit about places she said
Yeah.
All right.
She said
Where was that?
In New York, because she said she was stopping off in New York for a couple of days. I asked her where she was going to stay. She said at a hotel. I'm like, girl, we friends. You don't have to stay at a hotel. You could stay at my place.
All right. Did you actually see her that night? Did she stay at your place?
Yeah.
So where'd you first see her?
At the airport.
What airport?
LaGuardia.
And what were you doing out there?
I went to pick her up.
What time did you pick her up from LaGuardia Airport?
She told me she was lying at 11, so I got there like minutes to 11. I had to wait because I think her flight was delayed. Yeah, her flight was delayed. So I waited there for like 45 minutes.
And so, did you end up seeing Miss Adams? Did she actually get in your car?
Yeah.
You picked her up from LaGuardia Airport? When she got in your car, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
Mm-mm.
Did you notice anything about her appearance?
No.
Was there any bruising on her at that point?
No.
What were you doing once you picked Miss Adams up?
We went to go pick up my friend Tally in Queens, and we were just chilling in the car. We were just like singing and just talking.
Anything out of the ordinary about either Miss Adams or your friend Tolly's demeanor?
No.
What's your friend Tolly's name, if you know?
Her name is Natalia Moses.
Okay. Your car, what kind of car do you drive?
Mercedes-Benz GLE 63S.
Is there any kind
Nice.
of aftermarket systems that's equipped with?
It parks for itself.
Let me ask you this. Does your car have video?
Yeah, well, I install dash cam in my car.
All right, you put the dash cam in. That
Yeah.
didn't come with the car itself?
No.
Got it. What I'm going to ask is if we could pull up video 2, I believe, from what has been marked exhibit number 5. pause it right there. All right. So this is actually, for the record, the first video in exhibit number 5, Mr. Charles. Looking at this, we've played 14 seconds. Do you recognize what we're looking at?
Yes.
What is it?
That's me in my car. Dashcam video.
All right, and that video, does that fairly accurately represent kind of the drive you guys had?
Yeah.
All right, there's a timestamp down here at the bottom. It says 11:48 and 18 seconds p.m.
Yeah.
Is that consistent with your recollection of kind of after you had picked Mila up from the airport?
Yeah.
What I'm going to ask Ms. Silva to do is go to the next video down on that list.
Zoom in. We can barely see anything, but
I'm going to ask
trying to
Ms.
look at her
Silva to pause
face.
it real quick by hitting the space bar. Thank you. So, looking at video number 2. It looks like the timestamp on the bottom says December 3rd, 24 minutes.
Yeah.
Watching that video, what are we seeing in the video?
We were listening to Cranes in the Sky by Solange, and we were just talking about what the song was about.
Got it.
Yeah.
So when you say there, who is we?
My friend Natalia Moses and Mila Adams in the car.
All right, so where we paused it, it's a little hard to see, but is your testimony that Miss Moses was in the car?
Yeah.
Who's in the front seat here?
Mila Adams.
So was Miss Moses in the back seat of your car?
Yes.
Okay.
so she broke, no money, no car, and bought him Chanel.
What did the three of
Damn,
you do that?
That sounds like a
We
bitch
went
with
to
a
Jersey-
name
I have a
tattooed
house in
across
Jersey
her
City,
throat.
so we went to Jersey City.
And what did you do?
Drink, eat wings, and watch TV, just chill.
All right. Did you end up
Oh, thank God.
staying or sleeping in Jersey City, or did you sleep somewhere else?
No, I went back to my apartment in Brooklyn.
Who went back to your apartment in Brooklyn?
Me, Tally, and Mila.
And what time do you think you got back?
I'd estimate probably like 3, 4 a.m. in the morning.
All right, so early in the morning.
Yeah.
That entire time span that we're talking about, there's your description of what you just did: eat, drink, have some wings, and hang out. Is that a fair description of what you did that night?
Yeah.
All right. Where'd you sleep that night?
I slept on the couch downstairs, and Mila and Tally slept upstairs in my bedroom.
Okay. Do you remember how long Miss Adams ended up staying at your house?
Probably like a week, a little over a week.
All right. That night in Jersey City and back at your apartment in Brooklyn, did you have the opportunity to observe Miss Adams?
Probably the morning we got up. Yeah, because we girls, so we get dressed in front of each other. So, yeah, the day of.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you say you get dressed in front of each other, did you actually have on as you were getting dressed?
With a towel on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you observe any bruising, redness on
No.
her neck or chest?
No.
Did you observe anything on her face?
No.
I'm going to ask Ms. Silva if we can actually play the third video. And so I'm going to pause it right there and just ask you, so this image, is that a fair and accurate representation of how Miss Adams looked that day on December 3rd?
Yeah.
That video kind of depicts how she looked.
Yes.
Case over.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. Anytime the day of December 3rd, did you notice bruising developing, redness, any kind of physical marks on Miss Adams?
No.
On December 4th, 5th, 6th, did you notice any of that?
No.
Did Miss Adams ever tell you that she had been assaulted or strangled?
No.
Did she ever mention any kind of an attack?
No.
Do you remember when she left?
I can't give you the exact date, but probably like somewhere between the 9th, 10th, or 11th. Either one of those dates.
Okay. And after Miss Adams left, actually, let me back up. Strike that. So if she got there on December 2nd, and she left on the 9th, 10th, or 11th, this is fair to say she was down there for a week, maybe a little bit more?
Yeah.
All right. After she left, did you see her again?
Yeah, I saw her afterwards.
Soon afterwards? Where was that?
In Boston.
And in Boston, where were you?
Where was I in Boston?
Yeah.
At the house. In Dedham.
Oh, apologies.
Yeah.
I understand. So you saw her again at the house in Dedham?
Yeah.
And when was that?
Probably the 13th. Yeah, the 12th or the 13th, because I had to go do his hair.
Okay. What was there some sort of time-sensitive pressure about doing his hair?
Because he had to leave to go to Miami, so I had to go do his hair. Yeah.
Okay.
I had to do his hair. Probably had a game. He probably had a game.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me back you up. Miss Adams leaves New York.
Yeah.
9, 10, 11.
Yeah.
And your testimony was that you think it was on the 13th. You saw her again?
Yeah, either 12, 13, 14, somewhere there. I'm not good with dates.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was
at the house in Dedham.
All right.
Yeah.
What were you doing in the house in Dedham?
I had to do his hair.
Who was in the house in Dedham?
His mom, Mila, me. I think Marshawn was there. Yeah, that's who I can remember being in the house.
Okay. Did you do Mr. Diggs' hair that day?
Yeah.
What time of day?
It was late evening.
In the evening then?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
How long did doing his hair take?
Between 3 and 5 hours.
Yeah, he definitely smashed.
And so, do you remember when you
And she
finished
sat
doing
down.
his hair roughly?
His head was in the laps.
It was late that night. Yeah, like probably 10, 11, somewhere there.
Oh yeah, his head was in between them thighs.
What did you do after you finished doing Mr. Diggs' hair that night?
I slept on the couch because I had a flight 6 a.m. that morning.
Yeah.
6 a.m. the following morning or that morning?
So I did his hair the night. I stayed downstairs on the couch. I was laying on the couch on my phone. I stayed down there because I had a flight early the next morning.
Got it.
Yeah.
When you were down on the couch, what happened?
Like later into the night, Mila came downstairs and she was just talking about stuff that happened earlier in the day.
All right. Let me back you up there for a moment. Did you see anything unusual on the evening of December 13th when you were doing Mr. Diggs' hair?
Yeah. So I was behind the couch. He was on the couch with Miss Stephanie. We were watching a Netflix comedy special, and we were just there kicking it. He was on his phone. Mila was in the back of us, like in a little dining area. She was on her phone. And she shouts over to him, "Yo, Steph, when am I gonna get my money?" And he responds, I think you spoke to the accountant? And her demeanor changed. His demeanor kind of changed. But I wasn't paying any attention to it. I was just doing my job. So after a while, she moves from behind on the dining table and she comes to the front, like on the side, like a love seat area thing. And she was there on her phone and she was just like laughing really loud.
She was jealous.
I don't want to imply anything, but like you
No,
can tell.
so
Okay,
Being
yeah.
obnoxious is what it sounds like.
You said she's over on her phone. She was laughing really loud?
Yeah.
Was she watching the comedy special?
No, she was just on her phone.
Okay. So you said later that night or the next morning, you spoke to her again?
Yeah, like in the probably midnight, 1 a.m.-ish. Yeah, she came downstairs and we were talking.
When she came downstairs, was there anybody else downstairs?
No, just me and her.
And what did she tell you when she came downstairs?
She asked me if he was annoyed.
She asked you
He seemed, yeah, if he was annoyed.
And that's Mr. Diggs?
Yeah.
Did she tell you she was going to do anything?
Yeah, she was trying to antagonize him while she was on the couch, like trying to get beneath his skin, and she was
Sustained.
Okay.
So let me ask you this way. Did she indicate when she came downstairs that she was going to do anything? Did she tell you she was going to take any action?
Yeah, she said she was gonna sue him.
For what?
For the money that he owes her, and like she gonna take it to the blog. She gonna
Take it to the block?
Blogs.
Got it.
Yeah. It was like an hour-long conversation, so it was a lot.
Hang on,
so.
man.
Let me stop you there. For
Oh,
one
sorry.
moment.
That's okay.
So, do you remember her saying that she was going to make him pay?
Yeah.
Do you remember her saying anything about a hostile work environment?
Yeah.
Let me have one moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
A couple things I want to follow up with is Charles. Did Miss Adams, prior to her coming down that night, 1 a.m., and having this conversation with you, did she tell you that she'd been assaulted? She heard anything about a strangulation, an assault?
No.
That night, when she was talking about the suing Mr. Diggs, did she say that she had been assaulted?
No.
I want to back up down to kind of early in your testimony. You said you have a dash camera in your car. How long have you had that?
Probably a little after my birthday, which is September. So, yeah. Probably end of September, beginning of October.
Okay, why do you have that?
Because people are scamming in New York, insurance fraud. Like they hit your car, they see you have a nice car, and they try to get money out of you.
In New York, you said?
Yeah.
I don't have any further questions.
Commonwealth, care to inquire?
Good afternoon, Ms. Charles.
Afternoon.
So you've been doing Mr. Diggs' hair, you said every 2 to 3 weeks?
Yeah.
For how long?
So I started doing his hair when he was at the Buffalo Bills. And then last year, like a little before the Met Gala last year, is when like I started doing it consistently.
Okay, so for more than 1 year you've been doing it, or?
Yeah.
And that's you said like a 3 to 5 hour appointment every 2 to 3 weeks. How much do you get paid when you do that?
It depends on the style that I do. It could range from $600 to probably $1,500.
Wow.
And you said that sometimes you go to the games afterwards.
Yeah.
How many times has that happened?
I went twice when I was in Dedham, once in New York, and once at the Super Bowl.
And you also said that at least on one occasion you slept over his house. Did you sleep over his house often, or?
No.
When did you meet Ms. Adams?
Probably August, September.
So at the time when she went to New York, you'd known her for 2-3 months, something like that?
Probably, yeah.
And you'd known him for over a year?
Yeah.
And you'd seen him every 2 to 3 weeks for 3 to 5 hours?
Yeah.
So is it fair to say you knew him better than you knew her?
No, because we have a client service provider relationship, so I wouldn't say that's subjective.
When you're doing his hair, do you talk to him?
I keep it professional, so just how's the game, stuff like that, nothing in his personal life.
You sure about that?
If I may, one moment. Nothing further.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Charles.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the defense calls Natalia Moses.
Watch your step, and then you can remain standing and face it.
Please raise your right hand.
Oh, she's the baddie.
Testimony about to give in this hearing.
He definitely smashed her too. One second, I'm
I do.
uploading some stuff. All right, let's go. Let's go.
Good afternoon, Ms. Moses.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name and spell your last name for the record, please?
Sure, my name is Natalia Moses, Moses.
All right, and I'll just ask you to keep your voice up a little bit so that everyone in the court can hear.
Sure.
Do you also go by a nickname?
Yes, Tali.
Tali is your nickname?
Yes.
All right. Where do you live?
I live in Brooklyn, New York, and I've just moved. I live in Florida. I go between Brooklyn and Florida as I have a business in Florida as well.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I'm a hairstylist.
Do you work for any particular salon or on your own?
No, I have my own business.
Okay. Do you know Shy Charles?
I do.
How do you know Shy?
Shy and I met in 2018. I started off being her assistant, her braiding assistant.
Okay. Do you still work with Shy?
No.
All right. What about Stefon Diggs? Do you know Stefon Diggs?
No, not personally.
Have you ever met Stefon Diggs?
No.
Is Stefon Diggs a client of yours?
No.
Okay. Do you know Mila Adams?
I do.
How do you know Mila?
I know Mila through Shy.
Okay. When is the first? Have you ever met Ms. Adams?
I have.
And when is the first time you met her?
I want to say December 2nd into December 3rd. Around that time, that was the first time I met her in person, but I would have spoken to her on the phone on multiple occasions before.
Okay. And did you talk to her, just the two of you, before December 2nd?
No, not just the two of us. We would always speak with Shy in the middle, so it would always be on Shy's phone. So I never spoke to her one-on-one prior to December 2nd.
I see. Okay. So Shy and Ms. Adams had a relationship.
That's correct.
And then and you and Shy have a relationship.
That's correct.
And sometimes the three of you would talk.
That's correct.
Understood. And were these calls professional calls, business calls, personal calls?
Personal calls.
Okay. All right. So what were the circumstances under which you met Ms. Adams on December 2nd?
So she said she was passing through to New York, and Shy told her, well, she could stay at her house. I just came from Atlanta because I had a job in Atlanta, and Shy told me that she would pick me up as we were coming in from the same airport. I, however, came in before Miss Adams, so I went to my family's house, and Shy picked me up from there with Miss Adams in the car.
Okay. And where was your family's house?
In Queens.
All right. And that was the first time you met Ms. Adams?
In person, yes.
In person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, I take it you had been in Shy's car before?
That's correct.
All right. And can you describe her car, the outside of it?
It's a white AMG.
Okay. And can you just describe the inside of her car?
She has a red interior.
All right. Does she have any recording devices in her car?
Yes, she has a dash cam in her car.
All right. And can you describe what that dash cam looks like?
It's a rectangular shape. She has it on the top of the windshield.
Okay. So you can see it when you're sitting in her car?
That's correct.
All right. And did you know that dash cam was in there?
I did.
All right. Did you know that on December 2nd?
Yes, I did.
And you could see it when you were sitting in the car on December 2nd?
Yes, I did.
All right. After Shy and Ms. Adams picked you up in, I think you said Queens?
Yes.
What did you do after that?
We went to New Jersey.
And what did you do in New Jersey?
We was just chilling at the house. We bought food and, girl time. We was just hanging around watching music videos and stuff like that.
Okay. And during that time, it's a strange question, were the lights on?
It was.
Okay. When you were with Shy and Miss Adams at the house in New Jersey, did you notice any marks or bruises or redness on Ms. Adams' face?
I did not.
Could you see her neck at that time?
Yes.
Did you notice any marks or redness or bruises on her neck?
No, I did not.
Did she complain at any point about soreness or stiffness or, soreness or stiffness?
No, she did not.
You testified. Did you see her eat?
I did.
Did you see her drink?
I did.
Did she seem to have any difficulty swallowing?
She did not.
Did she complain about difficulty swallowing?
No, she did not.
Or sore throat at all?
No.
All right. Did her voice sound hoarse?
No, it did
Did her
not.
voice sound any different than it had sounded when you previously spoke with her?
No.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary in her appearance or her behavior on December 2nd?
I did not.
Okay. How long did you end up spending time with Miss Adams in New York City?
Approximately a week.
Okay. Did you spend that whole week? And I'm sorry, I should have asked this question. Did you stay in that house in New Jersey on December 2nd?
No, we went to Shy's house in Brooklyn.
Okay. And did you end up staying there that night?
We did.
Did you stay there also on the night of December 3rd?
I did.
And did you stay there all the way up until December 9th?
I did.
Okay. And did Miss Adams stay there as well?
She did.
Where did you sleep in the Brooklyn house?
We all slept in Shy's room.
Okay. By all, you mean you, Miss Adams, and Shy?
And Shy.
Okay.
Sometimes Shy would go to her boyfriend's house, so sometimes it would just be Miss Adams and myself.
Okay. I take it you at some point woke up on December 3rd.
Yes.
And what was Ms. Adams' behavior like on December 3rd?
She was fine. She was bubbly.
Okay.
Yeah, a good personality. She didn't show any signs of anything wrong.
Okay. Did she cook for you?
She made breakfast.
And same question on December 3rd. Did you spend December 3rd with her?
I did.
Did you see any bruises, redness, marks on her face at that time?
No.
Were you able to see her neck on that day?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to see her chest on that day?
Yes, we all stayed in the same room, so we got dressed and everything together.
Okay, understood. And did you see any marks or bruising or redness?
No.
On any of those areas? Okay. Did you see any such marks or bruises or redness, anything like that, the entire week you spent together?
No.
Okay. Did there come a time where Ms. Adams asked you to take a look at her hair?
Yes.
Can you? What was that? How did that come about?
So I was supposed to do her hair. So a stylist, I would analyze her hair. I would lift it up just to see if, the style that we was going to do. I was trying to decide on the style that we was going to do. So I did have close-up view to her neck and her hair.
Okay. And in the course of lifting her hair and looking at her neck, did you see anything?
No.
Okay. Do you remember taking a couple of videos of Ms. Adams while you were together in New York?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember approximately when that was?
Possibly December 7th or 8th, around that time.
Okay. And I will ask Mr. Kettlewell to very smoothly play Exhibit 8, please. Okay, and we could just pause that. Sorry. Ms. Moses, is this one of the videos that you took of Ms. Adams?
Yes, it is.
All right, and can you just describe where you are?
We were in Shire's room there, and we were just goofing around, listening to music and dancing and stuff.
Okay. And then if you could just complete that video, please. All right, and then Mr. Kettlewell, if you could play Exhibit 9, please.
The other video on Exhibit 9.
And can you just hit pause for a second? Thank you. Is this the other video that you took of Ms. Adams?
Yes, it is.
And that was on that trip in New York?
Yes, it is.
Between December 2nd and December 9th?
Yes.
Okay. Was this close in time to the first video?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Cadwell, if you could keep playing.
Hey, 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 hey.
And was that video that you took, was that consistent of how Miss Adams was being with you?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone ask you to take that video?
No.
But Miss Adams knew you were filming her.
She did.
Okay. And the entire time that you were with Miss Adams in New York City, did she mention anything about being hit?
She did not.
Did she mention anything about being choked?
No, she did not.
Did she say or do anything that suggested to you that Steph Diggs had hurt her or scared her in any way?
She did not.
Okay. I have no further questions, yeah. Thank you. Kamal?
Just briefly, that New York trip, was that the first time you had ever met Miss Adams in person?
That's correct.
You said you didn't see any bruises on her. Were you looking for bruises on her?
No, but she was in my face.
Nothing further.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Defense rest. It has to be heard.
All right, defense for us. All right, jurors, so the defense has rested. There's no further evidence in this case, so that is closed. So that means that, as I predicted for you, what remains will be the closing statements of the attorneys, and then I will give you my instructions for you on the law. What we're going to do is we're going to suspend for the luncheon recess, and we will resume at 2 o'clock with all of them, okay? So there should be, your lunch order should be ready, hopefully, and we'll see you back here in a little over an hour. All right, thank you.
Arise, jurors can step down, please.
The squad stands in a luncheon recess.
counsel, if I could just get the flash drive.
Yes, absolutely.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Hey, froze or breaking fell on your recess.
Hi, Johnny. I'll give you this card. All right. I'll give you a second.
Oh, does this have what they need?
I think that's yours.
No.
A few thoughts on closing, but we'll get
Yes.
to that.
No, give them to me now.
What? What? Number one, about how long people have worked for.
I'm trying to order some food off of this app, but it's trippy. Anyways, yeah, what do you guys think so far? The defense has rested their case. They have had every single witness to come forward and testify that they never seen any bruises. They never heard the allegations until she filed the police report. They've established bad faith, jealousy, underlining, especially with the hair braider who testified and said she sat down and told her that she wanted to sue Stefon. But yeah, this case is definitely a waste of taxpayers' dollars, honestly. The best bells and whistles that we got out of this case, obviously for clickbait purposes, right? Which is exactly what this chef is trying to do. It went viral when she said that Stefon offered her. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and do this real quick. All right. All right. So far the blogs have picked up the chef's testimony where she stated that Stefon offered her $100,000 to recant her statements about this case. So let's listen to it.
3 weeks ago, your lawyer demanded $5.5 million from Mr. Diggs, didn't he?
Mr. Diggs offered me $100,000 to recant my statement.
That is a yes.
That is the
Your Honor,
only.
Maybe we sit her to sidebar, please. Objection, move to strike.
Yeah, that's completely inappropriate. That wasn't even the question. The question was, did your attorney demand $5.5 million in damages from Stefon? It's a yes or no question. Because she knows that the blogs are picking up on this case. It's being televised. She's sending certain signals out there, hoping that the people would latch on and demonize Stefon. And I don't think he's going to get the sympathy card in this case, even if he's found not guilty because of his past, his history, and how promiscuous he's been towards women, period. If he never, or at the very least, hired a professional chef that he had no personal relationship with, no personal ties, and kept his peen inside of his pants, he wouldn't be in the situation. So he's definitely not going to get the sympathy card. As far as her blurting out, oh, he offered me $100,000 to settle this case. Lady, you should have took the money because now you're publicly humiliated. We don't believe you. At this point in time, even if he did choke you out, it's going to be tough for you to prove that that happened. So many witnesses are coming against you, not just witnesses, but video evidence. So she tried it. She definitely tried it. And I think that was actually stricken from the record. And as you heard, the district attorney asked for a sidebar immediately. And once they came back from the sidebar, the judge told her that if she blurt anything out and try to push or force a narrative, that she's going to pretty much impeach her. And when the jury hear things like that you automatically lost them, coupled with a white, Hispanic, and two beautiful black women coming up to testify on behalf of Stefon Diggs, says a lot and carries a lot of weight in the court of law. He had to spend money to fly these people from wherever they are to come and testify with this trial. So shout out to the braider, who definitely had his back with the dash cam footage that she gave him. And I remember Cardi B tweeting out sometime in January that the chef was lying and we already got all the evidence we need to prove that you're lying. So this dash cam video showing that she's partying and having fun with no injuries in the car, in the apartment, all of this is evidence that Stefon and Cardi B already knew was going to be used in this case right here. I don't know, and I don't think the state can actually go and show the a victim all the evidence the other side is using. Only the state attorney, officials, and the defendant has the right to see all the evidence. And so I'm pretty sure, like right before this trial started, she was alerted, or should have been alerted, that they had specific evidence to hold against her and it will make her look bad. I don't even understand why the state is prosecuting this case at this point in time. And most importantly, I don't understand why the defense did not move for a motion to dismiss orally, or even make a motion to move her on the count that she's not a credible witness. But anyways, another clip that went viral, video Stefon Diggs, former chef, smiling and dancing within hours to a day after the alleged attack played in court.
Hey, 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 hey.
Yeah, she's having the time of her life. And I do believe this is a video from December the 3rd, 2025. Pretty much the next day after she left and flew to New York to hang out and freeloaded this girl's house. Pretty much, you know, she lives in a nomadic life. You fire, your house is in Atlanta, but you hanging out with people that you know are attached to and around Stefon simply because that's his hair braider. And his hair braider has contact with him and direct access to him, as she testified, every 2 to 3 weeks. So this was just a back door. And honestly, I believe the way she got in with the hair braider and her friend and got on their good side is because Stefon was probably pillow talking to the chef about Cardi B and her funky BBL. So them was gagging and laughing and dragging her for that funky BBL. Well, let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. Do you guys feel like this witness was uncredible? I do, but it's up to you. At the end of the day, I still do believe Stefon did something to her, maybe not to the extent that she's claiming. And most importantly, I feel like she only reported the incident to law enforcement at a time when she realized that the relationship was over. She was not going to be able to manipulate the hair braider to have access to Stefon anymore. And on top of that, I'm pretty sure Stefon smashed the hair braider. Talking about it was late and she slept on the couch downstairs. No, I feel like he smashed that hair braider. She's been braiding his hair for years. Come on. He ain't got no type. And she bald-headed, the hair braider. She one of them bald-headed Trinidadian women, but she got that real stuff in her hair and she keeps herself up. Another thing with that hair braider, I noticed that her assistant no longer works with her. So something happened to their relationship, but it did not play out in court, which I think is important simply because that's mess that has nothing to do with the case. And she came and testified on behalf of the truth as she know it. I love the fact that Stefon was able to call his business associates and people in charge of his day-to-day life. They very thorough. The lady, wasn't Sonny? Yes, she's extremely thorough. She's even in court testifying about, hey, if they go to a flight, she would have had to check a bag, so it's extra time and whoop, 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 whoop. I'm like, dang, she deserves every single penny that Stefon paid her, okay? She said she make $90,000 to $100,000 a year. She seemed happy with it. She like it. She love it. She's professional, and I don't think he porked her, which is why they have a good relationship that's timeless and is gonna last a long time. Unless, of course, he does not get back into the NFL and have to scale down. Because $600 to $1,500 for a hair braider, you know she was giving up. So put you on the side, too. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. Okay, let me do this. Like, y'all, when I'm on it, I'm on it. So there at lunch, I still have to order my food. And I'm going to do that in a little bit. But, no. 1 second. What are you guys eating for lunch? Sorry, you guys, I'm multitasking. If only you guys knew what I was doing. If only. I'm working on my graphics and communicating with my team involved in that. Getting new content. Let me see. Oh, what's going on with my chat? I don't know what I'm eating yet. To be honest, I end up eating lunch at like 3 nowadays. But you're reminding me. You know what? Sometimes I have to remind myself to eat. I be like, dang, I forgot to eat. I be so cognitively busy. I be on a head high. That's why we're the goats. I be in my head too much. Like right now, I'm deep in my head, doing some other stuff, literally multitasking like a mother sucker. Literally. All right, let me edit that. Like the video. Remember, we're rebuilding. We came back from penalty and we have to rebuild. So again, to you guys that are here in the bushes that don't oftentimes get to speak to me, or this is the perfect opportunity to get my attention. Let me know you're a baby goat out there. You understand? Let me hear all the baby goats. Baby goat, baby goat, baby goat. Okay, got that. Mm-hmm. Mhm. That's pending. Let me see what else. Is there anything that's popping right now? Slow. The internet is slow. Oh, it's already ready. It's done cooking, and it's about to be published. Published, nigga. Y'all want to play? I'm gonna show you how to take over and dominate, nigga. Publish. Publish this shit before y'all can put on y'all glass makeup. Done. What do you guys think about my new thumbnails? That's one thing I want to know. What do you guys think about the new thumbnails that we have over here? Let me order my goddamn food. Quiche. I don't see. How you gonna advertise some shit and it's not on your goddamn menu? Could be. I'm just glad I randomly searched you on YouTube and you popped up. I did it every once in a while. Well, I came up off of my name as a search tag, but I am doing SEO on my name. I just really want to move away from that that personality style content, the way you go back and forth, or people pull up for that. I don't want to do that. And I heard some crazy stuff last night. Matter of fact, I'm actually probably gonna do a video about that, but then it'll put me back in the algorithm, and I don't want that. So why would I make a video saying I don't want that? Why would I make a video covering it at all? So I'm not even gonna do that. I don't want no parts in none of that bullshit. No parts. So I'm not even gonna talk about it, but I did hear it. And it is quite compelling and quite damaging information about said old person. I'd rather people think that I'm boring or I got boring just because I'm not finna go back and forth with them. Square octopus, crab, shrimp, and chunks of fish. Do I want this? Yeah, I want this. Hope it's good. Hope so. The fuck are these? I'm good on that. Okay. Yeah. They're gonna bring my food once the it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, Kiki, I want all new people. See, that's the thing about me, why I don't care. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and do a video. The reason I don't care about starting over or crashing an audience and rebuilding is because my whole challenge is to tap into the entire world, okay? The people that like B-Day don't like Renaissance from Beyonce. The people that like Renaissance don't like Cowboy Carter. But Beyonce was able to tap into different audiences. And sometimes you just really gotta roll with the punches. I'm not even gonna do that. My food is, man, come on, man. What's going on, man? What's going on, man? What's going on? What's going on, man? With the fucking... Why did... Find my card. My actual bank card. The fuck is it? Can't be. I don't use it. So where is it? finally found it. And guess what? It was right by my feet. Ugh. It's a code. It's the junk and bugs. All right, for sure. Just ordered my food, but it's gonna take forever to get here. Apparently, which sucks. Mm-mm. Oh, here's something newsworthy. So paparazzi caught a video of Rihanna and ASAP Rocky apparently arguing after they left the Met Gala. Oh, can't listen to that. So Rihanna looks visibly upset. I remember the last time we seen them together. I think it was like at his album release party. He had a model there that he was talking to. Rihanna was not happy about it. Mind you, this comes a couple of days after ASAP Rocky sat down with reporters and said that Rihanna wants to rebuild the Jackson 5 family with him, specifically him. And I honestly feel like he has been diminishing her value creatively, business-wise. He totally benefits by being in a relationship with Rihanna more than she benefit. This is not an equal playing field. And just kind of remind me of the Vogue cover to where she was ahead and he was back, as if she's the dominant one in the relationship. But is she really? Because she don't look too happy. She look like she is straight up emotional, and all of her free time and creativity is being absorbed by ASAP Rocky. And I do believe she's very sensitive and delicate and easy to take advantage of. Why would they be in a bus where you can see through the windows? It's crazy. Look how far apart they're sitting too. Like, you know how many people be all up on Rihanna if at all times? Literally. Like Suge Avery, girl, I'll drink your bath water type of Again, these niggas is fumbling bad. Just that's all cool. Proof you can't believe what you see on the internet. Kids can complicate things at times. Right. That is true. But she keep on having kids with him. So she keep on putting herself in a situation where she have to be in a relationship with him. Is it really about the kids? Some people use kids as a form of control or bonding. I'm so sick of these AI channels like taking random videos of these celebrities and then posting them, be like, oh, Cardi B goes live speaking about the Cardi B has not said anything about Stefon Diggs' case at all. Yeah, so let's look. I actually want to look at some Candace Owens. I've been meaning to look at that video Candace Owens did about Daily Wire, but I did not have time, and so I'm going to take the time while my food is on its way, and also while they're on break.
All right, you guys, happy Monday. Happy Monday indeed. I do not know how we didn't guess it. We should have guessed it. The attacks against me last week, personal attacks on my family. People were doxing our home address. Thank you to those of you who reached out to us and allowed us to respond to that all across social media, accusing me of hiding money from the Macrons, accusing me of fleeing the country, accusing my husband of hiding a hit and run, having hit a man named Tracy Robinson. We all thought, what the heck is going on? Like, literally, what is going on? The president posts a photo of me sick. I wasn't even speaking about him. I was over in Italy. All of this meant to humiliate me. And then a lawsuit arrives from Brian Harpole. But then we learn it's been sent from the same lawyer who had already been suing me nonstop in arbitration on Ben Shapiro's behalf for 2 years for every minor infraction. Wow. And what do you know? Thank you, Internet, for putting this piece together. Because I always thought there was something wrong with this lawyer. He seemed too emotionally invested. Usually lawyers are just kind of like, it's our job. And they're friendly to one another. That guy, Matt Sarleson, was something else. And thank you to the Internet, like I said, for noting at the bottom of that lawsuit from Brian Harpole, it lists a Jacob William Roth, a partner of the firm, who also happens to be Ben Shapiro's brother-in-law. It's all starting to make sense. We should have known, ladies and gentlemen, that the Daily Wire was on the brink of collapse and that Benny Boy wants an all-out assault on my life over it because he blames me. Welcome back to Candace.
Blaming a black woman for all your problems.
Like he just sort of...
Damn, like black men don't get no grace when we blame our mothers or the women in our lives for fucking us up. But why does this little short, photo-ass Jewish guy get to blame one black woman for all of his problems? People are just not tuning in, Ben Shapiro. Okay? People are not dumb. People understand what Charlie Kirk said in his message, and most importantly, the relationship you had with Charlie Kirk. And you want that audience, the turning point you as audience, to subscribe to you. Just because Erica Kirk is the CEO does not mean that Charlie's legacy gets to be handed over to you for power and control. Little Frodo
hides behind it, tries to dig.
And they mad because Candace has usurped all of their support and their clicks and views. That little dude be so mad he only get by like 2,000 people to watch his video simultaneously, while Candace Owens has 100,000, 90, 80,000 consistently watching her live streams. Of course he's jealous.
Dignify the stalking through legal filings. It's like, oh no, it's fine that we sent an intern to follow her at her event after we followed her. That was after we fired her. That was our right. It's fine if we keep just using legal abuse as a strategy. And I mean, for every little infraction, like they were monitoring my likes. Back when you could see likes on X, I was facing serious lawsuits over, you liked this tweet and it was a bit disparaging to us. Stalker, just full-blown stalker vibes.
Yeah.
It all made sense, though. It all made sense when phone calls started coming in, emails started coming in regarding the Daily Wire layoffs, which began, I am told, on Thursday, actually continued through Friday. There's some indication they may actually be continuing through today. And it was an absolute bloodbath. Do not allow them to spin it. Okay, I'm talking entire departments, big people at the firm, lawyers at the firm, the chief operating officer, the executive vice president, virtually the entire marketing department, the production team has now been reduced to a mere skeleton crew. No one was safe. Not even Ben's team was safe, marked safe from it. Even a director on his team was fired. It was brutal. I have counted approximately 54 people who lost their jobs from top to bottom. And that's just in this wave. This has been going on, as we all know, for a while. The writing has been on the wall for a while. It has been very strange, the worst kept secret in media, as they keep writing, having people publish these articles that just defy reality. We were having private conversations like, how long can they keep up this charade and keep pretending that this is not happening when everyone can see the numbers? We can see how the public is responding. It's very strange to just sort of live in a delusion. We knew that they had brought in private equity some time ago in the last 2 years. I used to work in private equity in these particular types of situations, so I knew what the implications were of bringing in private equity, especially if it's a distressed debt situation. The usual term, as it was at the company that I worked at many moons ago, is 2 years. They'll inject cash into your company. They'll float you for about 2 years as you attempt to turn things around. You fire some people, you restructure a little bit, but you're kind of walking the plank, right? Maybe you fix it, but if you don't, they're gonna sell that company. And they're going to own a huge chunk of that company that they sell. Now, I can't assert that is definitively what the deal terms were for the Daily Wire, but I can say that we're just about now over 2 years, just over 2 years removed from my firing, and the Daily Wire has obviously not turned the company around. In fact, I would say they've just kind of cranked up the crazy, almost like they were trying to catalyze their own demise. And so, yes, it was announced on Friday that the mass layoffs took place, for which they offered this excuse to Barrett Media. I think Barrett Media was among the first to report the story. It reads, quote, today, the Daily Wire made a difficult decision to restructure the organization, which included layoffs to a number of teams. We are deeply grateful to those impacted. Their contributions were instrumental in building the Daily Wire into what it is today. The cuts were largely concentrated at our Nashville production office. As the company has invested in new formats, locations, and production models, our footprint there has evolved. Over the last year, we have added production staff in DC, the Northeast, and Florida. This step allows us to focus our resources on an ambitious slate of new entertainment projects that are set to release this year. Additionally, we will continue to invest our editorial team in investigative journalism, where we have already added numerous new reporters across the country and established a DC bureau with a seat in the White House briefing room. That's a lot of words to really say nothing, okay? It's not good. What's happening there? Everyone feels it. People that are left certainly feel it, okay?
You know what I just realized? Candace Owens is Oprah. I mean, even though Oprah's a Democrat and have the black people audience going and panders to that, what really made Oprah become Oprah was her giving free shit to bait white people to tune into her. And that's how she was able to shift her demographics. You know, and demographics are extremely important. Like, I'm black and I watch Candace Owens. Maybe I'm a certain demographic that have a certain amount of money, which is why she received, you know, AdSense revenue out the bazooka, because certain ads playing on her channel are not playing on mine or somebody else's. And it's all about the audience and how much they're willing to spend. And then she has product placement. Candace Owens is literally Oprah Winfrey, bro.
First, they shuttered Bentkey Kids, which was obviously...
But much smarter, and don't need to depend on guests and giving away free stuff in order for white people to tune in, because she actually has an intellect.
Massive layoffs that were done. Then they quietly got rid of their sports department. That was the Crane & Company show that they were running. Now they're firing over 50 people in the span of 24 hours, and they're claiming it's just restructuring. People in D.C. also got fired, so it's not because they're suddenly pivoting.
And Kiki pointed out, said she really should have went to the EEOC on them, like you said, because she had a case, a big one. She could have gotten at least $1 million. Yes, indeed. Well, a lot of people suggest that, like, they have the right to fire you at a media company if you're saying certain things that they don't necessarily agree or align with the founder's vision. For instance, Jimmy Kimmel, he was shut down because Sinclair Broadcast Group is owned by the Sinclair family, and they are strong, adamant supporters of Donald Trump. So when he made those jokes about Donald Trump, it was easy for Trump to get him shut down. And then they also saw the numbers drop and people leaving and started valuing the economic resources of it all opposed to their political opinion. That's why Jimmy Kimmel was able to come back. But these people are devout Trump supporters. And so is the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro and all the people over there. And Candace was speaking against Israel specifically. And so I think she may had a case, may or may not had a case. It depends on if they were telling her certain things behind the scene and she continued to defy it. But I will say she did have a case, simply because I remember her saying that Ben Shapiro would have all of these group meetings with everybody at the company to make fun of her and make a joke out of her. That's disparaging treatment. So she did have a case, honestly. I don't know why she didn't go to the EEOC. And at this day and age with the Trump administration, it's virtually impossible for anybody of color to go to the EEOC and be actually heard, simply because Trump replaced all the black people in executive positions and replaced them with white men. This is why you see a lot of white people, specifically white men, going to the EEOC complaining about these companies that participate in diversity, equity, inclusion practices, and then are able to turn around and sue that company for reverse racism. And this was happening before Donald Trump started publicizing getting rid of, affirmative action and the DEI programs and stuff. This was going on in the court of law. White men have won using the civil rights movement as a reverse racism theory, and they've won. So, but at the same time, the operative fact still remains that she should have went to the EEOC before it was reorganized and possibly had a big case. And then Ben Shapiro and his lawyers got her in arbitration for years and years on top of years. Maybe that's why she didn't go to the EEOC. She felt like she was in over her head. And they still have litigation against her to pretty much use that to taunt, harass, and control her.
And building in D.C. So as they attempt to spin this into something else, the broader question is what actually happened to the company? How could it happen so quickly, more importantly? Because make no mistake, this is like the equivalent of Enron, right? It's a virtual overnight collapse. In 2023, they were arguably one of the most promising companies, conservative media companies, certainly in the game. They were at the top of their game. Everyone was clamoring to work with them, to do projects with them. And now we fast forward to 2026, and generally speaking, again, I'm speaking generally, everyone hates the Daily Wire, right? We just hate the Daily Wire. How is that possible? Well, there are multiple assessments that are floating around right now. Of course, many people directly associated their demise with the never ceasing war against me, which began with my unnecessarily glorious public firing, supplemented by a staggering claim that Christ is King is anti-Semitic. People were going, God will not be mocked. It's a strong start to say Christ is King is problematic, and we've got the money to make that fetch, Gretchen. So yeah, that's the chatter. Did it have to do with me? Take a listen.
Candace Owens cooked you, Ben. She made you look like, well, the little bitch that you are. She straight up publicly humiliated you, and you allowed her to let you destroy the entire media organization that you belt.
And a lot of people, which is also interesting, are stating that Candace Owens is, Candace Owens was successful in leaving the Daily Wire, getting fired from the Daily Wire, and now she's a massive independent commentator, public figure, and her success only happened after the Daily Wire. She's probably feeling really good right now. I'm going to be honest. If I was Candace Owens, I'd be feeling pretty damn good right now.
Django Unchained. Dude, she's like Django. She's like Django, killing everybody in the big house and then blowing it up. Kind of what it was, because she was there. She worked there. She was probably one of the top shows. And then she just exploded the whole house on her way out. Kind of epic. Can't lie. I'm going to glaze Candace Owens a little bit. I don't agree with everything that she's up to, but, if she brings down the Daily Wire, then she's a patriot.
So people are crediting me. But do I actually deserve that credit? Have I been focusing my attention on the Daily Wire throughout this show? Well, taking a look at a more, I guess you could say, the business side of affairs. This user, Akash Gupta, wrote this on X, and I thought it was worth reading. He wrote, "The Daily Wire is the case study of why personality-driven media companies cannot compound. A peak in late 2023, Shapiro's YouTube alone pulled 170 million monthly views. Daily Wire Plus subscriptions, a Nashville studio operation, Bentke Kids streaming, an e-commerce arm with razors and chocolates and cigars. The company was running $1 billion conservative Disney bet. Then they made the studio bet bigger. Pendragon Cycle, an Arthurian fantasy series of the kind that has bankrupted larger production houses. Benke trying to compete with Disney for kids' attention. Daily Wire Plus chasing Netflix. Running a newsroom, a film studio, a children's streaming platform, and a private label consumer goods business simultaneously requires either limitless capital or extraordinary discipline. Some of it worked. Matt Walsh's Am I Racist was the top grossing documentary of 2024, but most of it didn't. In March of 2024, they parted ways with Candace Owens. She walked into the open market and built a show that competes with theirs. Today, she has 5.5 million YouTube subscribers and added 10.9 million followers across platforms since January of 2025, generating roughly 805 million views in that window. Daily Wire converted its biggest distribution asset into its largest competitor. Early 2025, co-founder Jeremy Boring stepped down as co-CEO and launched a solo podcast outside of the company that he co-founded. Bentke was shuttered the same year, entire team cut. Then the audience math hit Shapiro himself, 170 million monthly YouTube views in late 2023 to roughly 22 million in early 2026. Wow. An 85% collapse in 18 months. Another 60,000 subscribers gone in the last 90 days alone. LayoffEdge.com estimates cumulative workforce reduction above 60% over the past year. Tucker Carlson left Fox in 2023. He kept his audience. He runs his shop with a fraction of the headcount. Megyn Kelly's network drew 138 million YouTube views in February alone. The personalities figured out that they don't need the platform. The platform discovered the opposite. Yep. Daily Wire built $1 billion valuation on names that can walk, take their audience with them, and run a competing show from a laptop the next morning. 170 million views down to 222 million. The company kept the overhead, but the audience left with the people. I thought that was a very fair assessment. And looking at the commentary regarding me, plus reading his business look at it, I actually think it's a combination of both of those assessments, right? Because what Akash is missing, he brings up Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly. Yes, they are indeed more successful than they were when they were on cable news. They are successful in their own right, but their exits did not destroy Fox News. No. That's crucial. Their exits, despite the fact that they are doing better, did not destroy Fox News. This means that Daily Wire is unique. They are unique. They are set apart from those examples. I left PragerU. I left Turning Point USA. Neither one of those companies were destroyed by my exit. In fact, we were all friends when I left. I went on to work with Turning Point all the way through until this year, actually, contractually. And same with PragerU. We would still do things together. I was still close with Marissa, very close with Marissa. So what makes those companies, what is it that makes those companies different, right? I think what makes them different is that they didn't stalk their departed talent. They just let them go and they never mentioned them again, right? Tucker Carlson did not then face 2 years of arbitration and fights and gag orders with Fox News, being chased for every penny. They didn't try to stop his next move. They weren't navigating and having hit pieces written about them. They truly wanted to just turn the page, meaning they're a real business. They are a real business. Right. They want to keep it corporate. Goodbye. Okay, public didn't like how they dealt with it. I didn't like how they dealt with it. But actually, in retrospect, it was clean, right? Now, compare that to the Daily Wire. Think about the positively erratic and, dare I say, deranged decisions that the company made just over the last 6 months, right? They brought back my social channels to mock me. Okay, this is unbelievable. It's beyond psychopathic to do something like this. 2 years after you fire someone, they also attempted, in case you forgot, they attempted to create an entire show dedicated to making fun of this show. Remember? In the no-no, where you had that spastic girl that was like standing on the couch, a Nickelodeon girl, like making fun of me, and it was weird and it was cringe and also beyond the realm of being stalked by a former employer. Strange. Right. You don't keep someone's socials and go, ha, I own your name and likeness and I can do this. You have to pause and really consider how unusual that was. Now, that was a mere months removed from the end of their last legal action against me too. So there's never been a stop in my life of the Daily Wire chasing me. If this was an ex-boyfriend, everyone would say that I was in need of a restraining order. Like I said, they wear the mask of this is all court. We just really want to go after her because of that like. She likes that. It was disparaging. So you cannot discount the fact that Ben Shapiro, who is considered, and this is sad for the other people on the platform, he is considered the face of the company. And he developed tunnel vision. He bet the company on destroying me. I didn't want to fight with them. I wanted to peace out. I wish Andrew Clavin never made the Crisis King video. You would have never heard from me. We can never speak about each other ever again. But they were plotting. They wanted to be destructive. I mean, just take a listen to him and the many battles that he is fighting. Nobody knows why. The people that he should be uniting with and being friends with, that he's taking stabs at. Take a listen to him over just these last few months.
So here's the thing.
Theo Vaughn is a low IQ conspiracist. He has himself routinely propped up Candace Owens, is lent credence to her insanity. Theo Vaughn is basically just a Bernie Sanders leftist who does not like the censorious impulses of the left and engages in all the same conspiracy theories and, of course, is good friends with Candace Owens and all the rest of it. And yes, Erica Kirk absolutely should sue the living hell out of Candace Owens for this sort of stuff. Well, Michael, I'll just ask you straight up. Is Candace Owens doing something evil by attacking Erica Kirk?
I think that it's wrong to attack Erica Kirk.
Well, no, say the sentence with her name in it.
I'm not going to dance like a puppet for the podcast boys.
I think that what Candace Owens is doing right now is evil. It is evil what she is doing right now. Okay, and I say that again.
But what? Because like I didn't opine on whether it's evil or not, but my position is it's really none of my business. And
why is it, I have a question. Why is it none of your business? I mean, you comment on these things for a living.
I'm not mother of the internet.
No, but if this were on the left and somebody were accusing Charlie Kirk of his wife having murdered him, I assume that you would be talking about it.
Is that what Candace is accusing Erica of?
Yes. Of course, the issue here is not just that Megyn Kelly has some questionable principles and has been programming directly into the Groyper right. It is that she remains a coward. Remember, this is still the woman who says she is friends with Candace Owens. So no, Tucker Carlson, it is not an excuse to go silent on Candace's targeting of TPUSA, or to mirror her bullshit lines of questioning because you love Candace personally. The same holds true of Megyn Kelly.
I mean,
it is nothing more satisfying than seeing a black woman really win. A black woman to know her value, leave, get stock, and take down a whole company that has billions of dollars pumped into it and can't make the money back. I absolutely love that. That's a win. Again, this just catapulted Candace Owens.
Yeah.
All right, we're back to
I see. So before this, we couldn't get anything.
And this is the best.
Unreal.
Yeah. This is tough. That's terrible.
It really is.
All right. It's charming.
All right, I think they're about to do closing arguments.
Right, exactly. You don't have to live here.
I will. We're solid.
All right, those are the juror cards.
I think you're gonna come here every day. Get that pizza.
Any update from Wellesley on the Vermont situation? I heard tomorrow it would break, but
I don't even think they know that we can hear them.
Through NAFTA,
because
National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers.
I actually don't remember if I actually met Henry. There's a woman that lives in New York.
Yeah, I don't think they know we can hear them.
What time? Is it just a physical?
Was it one of the fancy ones?
The yearly? Yeah. Oh, but the shots.
I think Henry was looking around for people who know.
I think it, because it's either tomorrow or or I think they're talking about her self there without being, you know what I mean? She's a fugitive from justice, so it's a difficult situation. So I don't think they want to bring her to South Bay before they brought her here. I know, it is a mess, especially with this going on. Yeah. It'll be good. I think that the jury will.
Not good at all. It is happening. Yeah.
Oh no, I wasn't here before him.
Okay. Not my favorite, but the NACA one I love. I haven't been there in a few years, but I love it.
I love that.
I wonder if it's fine.
No, I work in not the high.
All the work they do is we'll get that we start.
No, we do civil. We do civil, but
Are you good?
Am I
it's still
giving that slip now? Do I
Yeah,
give it to
please,
Okay.
Eileen. Yeah,
but the criminal.
Because she veered from the pizza.
Stay above
Oh, you're the one that wanted the pizza.
But it's all trial work. It's no,
So then I can-
nothing other than litigation.
Oh, wow. Right. Yeah, that was her idea. Hey, it's still living on that too. You want to open it, you can.
That's why.
I would ask people not to manual you, like the part.
Yeah.
Um,
Yes, yeah. So we're gonna do.
I'll have some of the staff, but we do a lot of all of a sudden it occurred to me this morning.
I don't even think we need those.
And then I went in there and I said, you want to do 15 minutes? I know, and you do all the work.
I know nothing.
In the beginning of this, all the copies that everyone wants, national.
I didn't even think
I
about
didn't
it.
either, but I'm so glad I did. You know what made me think of it? I saw like one of the, you know, the clerics people from the VA, and I said, but as soon as I said it, and I also downstairs too. I think
I think I saw Charlotte.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell them if they want to come over, then I'll stay in the office. Need anything else, boss?
Yeah, that was
Oh, exactly. It's very light. I know. I forgot.
Also trying to avoid
But I was glad I remembered.
Yeah,
Some of them, like,
Kelly was
some
in.
of the
Kelly was
witnesses,
in.
Yeah. I
Question
saw
for
Brianna.
closing arguments.
You know, Brianna. Oh.
I know. I'm just.
It's
just way too much.
No. She didn't. She said no when you asked her.
She did a country.
That's.
You want to ride on that?
I just want.
Right.
I want to.
How long is it?
That's all I'm saying.
I agree. Oh my God. I know it's very difficult to watch.
I never.
Yeah. I read it. It's very long and I just read. It's like one of those ironies of the world. Because it really is. Oh yeah. We reject it, Mr.
That's fine. I don't really.
Yes.
Well,
it is a
Yeah.
It will or won't?
It will or it won't. You can't.
No.
So you haven't picked an alternate yet?
For these, by the way, I'll be asked to be heard at sidebar rather than saying anything like that.
Yeah. Whoa. Yes.
I just wanted to.
Yeah. Okay. It's not anything you put into writing.
No, it's
So it'll
just
be
the
oral. Okay. My guess is she'll come out. We'll address it before the jurors come. So, yeah, no problem. And I had given the verdict, a draft verdict slip. Okay.
Very simple.
All right. Dynamite. Verdict slip, Drew. Did you see it?
No, I can't imagine it's too.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's going to be the most beautiful one I've ever seen.
It's very complicated.
It's pretty good, I gotta say.
Perfect.
Okay, close or anything.
Remember when you left it?
Oh, yeah.
I've had that where I'm like, that's the worst. Yeah. And
Same.
I should just shut up because I crossed that path. I got lucky. Still out there, rolled right over.
Yeah. Folks, we're gonna need a couple suits. If one of you guys can move. Thank you.
Is my internet acting up? No, it's not.
Bring in the jurors. Anything we need to address?
Maybe we can see inside.
Yes, of course.
That noise is aggravating. God damn. I'll turn this down a little bit. For now. Yo, can you imagine paying $600 for them braids, man? That nigga was doing more than just getting braids. Like, who gon' like you? Then you go to the hood and have somebody to braid your hair like that for $60. $600, $1,500, depending on the style and design. Man, look at my braids. My braids look. You not see the details in my braid? Man, I ain't never seen have no fresher braids than me, nigga. Yo, my braids way fresher than his ever been, nigga. You know who got the dopest braids though? ASAP Rocky. That nigga got the freshest braids you ever go find. Chiefs, turn your volume up. It should be fine. You want me to turn the volume up? Yeah, them gel braids he got. Well, he thought he was finna go. And you never know. Like, that's the jury. Those are 12 people that got their own mind to be made up. I don't think that he should lose, but at the same time, I'm not on the jury. I'm not one of them. Yeah, they go broke. That's so stupid. Like, you got me messed up. You go broke trying to live it up and just throwing money like it's a casino slot machine. They making money off of you, off of your name. And to charge you $60 if you was a broke nigga in the hood. Oh, hell no.
May be seated. All right, sir. Good afternoon again. As I told you, the evidence in this case is closed, and you're about to hear the closing statements of the attorney. And what I want to say to you about that is that this is an important part of the trial because it is the final opportunity given to the lawyers to address you. It's an opportunity for the attorneys to summarize the evidence, to call your attention to certain parts of the evidence that they regard as important, and based on the evidence, to try to persuade you to reach a certain result. However, what you are about to hear is not evidence. Lawyers are not witnesses. All the evidence in this case has been presented through the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits, which you will have an opportunity to examine and consider during your deliberations. Our rules are designed to ensure that the parties receive a fair trial, and they therefore prohibit the attorneys from making certain types of arguments in an effort to persuade you to reach a certain result or to favor or disfavor either side. For example, the attorneys are not permitted to refer to facts that are not in evidence in this case. If based on your memory and understanding of the evidence, a lawyer does this, you should disregard that comment. The attorneys are not permitted to express their personal belief in the credibility or lack of credibility of any witness who testifies in this case. That determination is entirely for you to make.
Yeah, braids. That's why I'm like a 90s. I think braids was the freshest in the 90s, nigga.
Are not permitted to persuade you for or against either party by appealing to human passion or prejudice. If you become conscious of any passion or prejudice as you consider the evidence or engagement or deliberation, you must put those feelings aside and not permit them to influence your thinking. And if a lawyer makes such a comment, you must disregard that comment.
Oh, they got the freshest braids out there, motherfucker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. As I said to you in my opening statement, there was no assault, no strangulation, no incident at all on that day or any other day. You didn't see any injuries. You didn't see any photographs. You learned there were no medical records, no statements, no nothing between December 2nd and December 16th. You have not been provided with a single shred of credible evidence to determine that any assault actually occurred in the house on that day. The Commonwealth's case is nothing more than the words of Miss Adams. In my opening statement, I told you one tool to use as you go through this process is to consider how to find the truth. That the simplest answer that accounts for all the facts, that answer is the truth. And so what I want to do is take you through some of the undisputed facts in this case. December 2nd. Miss Adams spent the afternoon talking on the phone. She got a ticket to Atlanta. She cooked Stefon Diggs dinner. We learned this morning that it was a hot dog. She went into Mr. Diggs' bedroom to provide him birthday presents and to deliver those birthday presents. Timeline-wise, all of this, every single fact that I just mentioned, all of those would have occurred after what Miss Adams says was a violent assault that occurred sometime that afternoon. That night, Miss Adams left the house at 7:15, and she flew to New York City. You heard that she told the police that she stayed with friends. You heard her describe whose friends they were. But you also heard her say that she had a ticket to Atlanta, purchased before she ever changed it to go to New York City. You saw videos of Miss Adams when she arrived in New York. You heard from the woman who picked her up from the airport, who also saw Miss Adams when she arrived in New York. You saw video and heard from Tali Moses, who spent the entire week with Miss Adams in New York. And you got to see how she looked. You got to see her face, you got to see her neck, you got to see the way she moved during the course of that week. One thing I'll say about that, Miss Adams, she might define bruising, however, is expedient or convenient for her, but we all know what bruising looks like. You saw the videos, and you heard from the witnesses. On December 5th, Miss Adams texted Stefon Diggs, "Hi, can you please approve my pay with finance, please and thank you." That would have been 2.5 days after he violently strangled her in her bedroom. December 6th, you saw the video of her dancing. That's 3.5 days after this assault allegedly occurred. You heard that throughout the course of that week, from December 2nd to December 9th, Miss Adams didn't mention a single thing about any assault to anyone. The one thing you heard her mention was on the afternoon of December 2nd, she told Shy she wasn't going to Miami. You heard that on December 9th, she went back to the house. And I told you the details were going to be important about her going back to the house in my opening statement. She got back to the house at 11:30 p.m. alone and walked into the house. And what did she do? She didn't just go to Stefon Diggs' bedroom door and knock on it. She tried to punch in the code. And
Wow.
it didn't work. And those are her words. That's what she told you.
Wow.
None of that is consistent with a violent assault having occurred the last time they interacted with one another. Not one piece of that. And those are undisputed facts. On December 11th, Miss Adams texted Mr. Diggs her apology. She said she was sorry she was being emo and she didn't want him to feel that way. She didn't want him to think she was trying to quit her job. And she told you she was trying to keep her job. She was trying to get back. She also told the police 5 days later, that she had quit her job on December 2nd. We know that that was a lie. Not just from the fact that she actually told you that that was a lie, but from the actual evidence that you have in this case that is undisputed. That evidence goes on. She told Mr. Diggs' girlfriend that she didn't say any of that to the police, meaning what she told the police, that she didn't accuse Mr. Diggs of assault. And that wasn't true. She also, a month later, told the world that she had never demanded money. And that also wasn't true. Now, more undisputed facts. Miss Adams was paid for November. At first, she didn't admit that. She ended up saying they worked it out. She got paid for 2-3 weeks. And we actually got an answer today on why she wasn't paid for a full month. Because she was in Tobago with Shy Charles. You heard from Melissa Goddard. Miss Adams was paid up. The non-disclosure agreement. Miss Goddard talked to you about that. And you heard about that from Miss Adams. I want you to look at the text message in Exhibit 4. It's on page 195. We talked about it a little bit yesterday afternoon. But this is another undisputed fact, and it's very important. Because, despite what Miss Adams told the police on December 16th, and told you at times yesterday, on December 13th, 2025, Miss Adams says what she thinks the NDA is about. And she says, "You sitting here playing in my face, 700 comments. If I told someone why it's not in the blog, you believe it," meaning Mr. Diggs, "and now sign an NDA. Send me my money. You sitting here playing in my face." Miss Adams wants you to believe she wouldn't tell Shy Charles because Shy Charles knew Mr. Diggs. That requires you to completely ignore the fact that she chose freely and willingly to go to New York to stay with Shy Charles. December 13th, she told Mr. Diggs, she told Stefon Diggs what she thought the NDA was all about. And it was about the blog issue. You think it might make a little sense if the NDA was about any kind of a physical assault, a strangulation? That she might say to him anything. "Hey, you know what this NDA is really about." Or maybe just, "The NDA, because you assaulted me?" Not a word. She describes why that's there. And those are her words from December 13th. And that is undisputed. Now let's talk about the police for a few moments. Because Miss Adams went to the police, as you heard, on December 16th. And there's other undisputed facts in this report. She lied to the police. She did not leave her job. Miss Adams told you something yesterday where she said, "Well, I left my position was like in the house, but that wasn't my job." And you heard what Officer Ellis said this morning. I said, "You mean her position, as in her job?" And he said, "Of course." She told Officer Ellis that she just went back to get her stuff. And you know that isn't true. And at times, she seemed to admit that that wasn't true. And you know from her own words at the time to both Mr. Diggs and to Sonny that that wasn't true. The text message that you've heard about the deletion. There's two things that I want you to pay close attention to and that I want to talk to you about in both Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2. Exhibit 1, the text message that she sent purporting to be a screenshot of the argument that led to a violent assault that ended with Mr. Diggs choking her. That's what she told Officer Ellis. And you heard that from him this morning. You also heard from her that she deleted messages. And I think what she said was something like, "I didn't want to look bad," or something along those lines. And if you look at what was actually deleted, the words she said, she was saying bet and pussy were what she deleted. That's what she did. She did delete those messages, right? Those are not in the text messages that she provided to Dedham police. But more importantly, what she actually deleted that wasn't about making her look bad or not, it was right after the words, "I'm out of your life." And it said, "and ruining that bitch life." And then you can actually go to Exhibit 2 and look, there's a fairy emoji she sent. And why that's important is because, as you heard from Officer Ellis this morning, it'd be important to know if somebody deleted messages. It'd be important to see the full picture. And that message right there, and ruining that bitch life, apologies for the language, with the fairy emoji, you think that might have prompted the question, hey,
calling him gay.
Who's that bitch? She answered the question for you yesterday. It was Lindsay. The argument wasn't about money. You have it in evidence. And Miss Adams later admitted that. These lies to the police, the fact that they're undisputed, why? Look at all of those facts. They're undisputed in the record. They are all there. If you remove from those facts one thing, that an assault occurred, they all make sense. If you plug in that she was assaulted that afternoon before all of this happened, before everything I just read to you, none of it makes sense. Why would a person who is just strangled go down to the kitchen, chat on the phone, and not have a single mark on their face or look even remotely bothered? Why would that same person cook dinner for the man who just did it? Why would that same person knock on his bedroom door and deliver 2 birthday presents? Why would she act the way she did for the next week? And then why lie about it repeatedly to the police? And what ended up happening next, just chronologically, gives away the game on that. Because what you heard is that only a couple weeks later, her mediator made a demand for money. Mm-hmm. And if you plug that fact in, now it all makes perfect sense. We have provided evidence to you. We have presented evidence. We have called witnesses. As I said, we were doing so in order to give you the fullest picture of December 2nd and of what happened or did not happen. And think about that for one moment. How do you prove a negative? It's basically impossible, right? Pick a day 2 months ago, account for every action that you did on that day, every moment of your day. Great, now prove it. Can't be done. And this trap, the framers of our system, they were aware of it. And that's why it works the way that it does. The burden is on the Commonwealth to prove their case. And their case, as you have seen, is the internally inconsistent testimony of one witness. And that is their entire case. And that is not enough to meet their burden. The burden that you are going to hear is reasonable doubt. And the judge is going to tell you that that's to a moral certainty. How much would you bet on the words of Jamila Adams? Would you bet your own life? Someone else's? You have all of the tools in what I just laid out for you to make a credibility assessment. But it is not only that. Because the other thing the judge is going to tell you is you can actually take into account the way the witness answered questions, behaved, their demeanor, how they looked. Did they sound consistent? Did the things they say actually at least stay true internally in their own story? And one example I'll give you on that is this morning, when Ms. Adams was asked about another monetary demand. She didn't answer the question. She couldn't. She wouldn't. She gave you multiple excuses. She tried to say attorney-client privilege, and when there was no response to that, she said, I can't answer that correctly. Take the way she answered questions into account, but line it up against the facts that you know that you have. Because that's how you got to make a decision. On facts, on evidence. In terms of the evidence that the Commonwealth has actually presented to you, what they have presented to you are the claims of one person. Their second witness undermined their first. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason they had absolutely nothing to corroborate this allegation, which, one thing I will say about the assault and battery, she described Mr. Diggs slapping her on the right side of her face with his right hand. And she actually demonstrated it for you. But the problem is that's a physical impossibility. And the reason I would suggest to you that that demonstration didn't go quite well is because sometimes people miss their mark. Sometimes actors forget the script. What you do not have before you is anything that you can base a firm decision on, unless that decision is that the Commonwealth has not proved its case. The Commonwealth has an opportunity to speak to you after I do. And you heard the Commonwealth question some witnesses about working for Mr. Diggs. There's a number of people who were called as witnesses. We tried to be as quick as possible. It's not terribly exciting to hear a witness talk about how they heard and saw nothing. But for a moment, stop and think and ask yourself, if you were accused of having something happen at your house on some random day 3 weeks ago, who would be there with you? The people closest to you. It'd be your family, the people who are in your house all the time. And for Mr. Diggs, we talked about that. That's staff. That's Miss Salas. That's all the people that you heard from. One thing that I want to talk about is a reason for bias. Because when Mr. Virtue asked, I think the first witness she was Miss Salas. Mr. Diggs paid her salary, isn't that right? The one witness who has the most significant financial interest in this is Jamila Adams. You heard her talk a lot about money yesterday. And that was the Commonwealth's only witness to even touch on what they claim this assault was. That's their evidence. They cannot, and they have not, proved this case because no assault occurred on December 2nd, or as I said, any other day. And it's your obligation to hold them to that burden and to decide the case on the evidence that you have in front of you. And that evidence provides one answer alone. And I would suggest to you that is that Miss Adams made this accusation as a means of trying to leverage and humiliate and to punish Stefon Diggs. And you heard that he has been living with this case and these accusations since December of 2025. And it is time to end. The evidence that you have heard, that has been put before you, is not enough for the Commonwealth to sustain their burden. It is your obligation to return a true and a just verdict. And the evidence that you have heard requires that you go back into that room and that you lift this burden off Mr. Diggs' shoulders and that you tell him and the world that Stefon Diggs is not guilty of this incident that never occurred. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Feels like it's been a little while since last time I talked to you guys directly. So, was Miss Adams a perfect witness? No. She was argumentative, avoided, difficult. But does that mean you should throw away everything she says? She said, no. I think it'd be easy for you guys to do that, but that's not your job. You guys are the jury. It's your job, your sacred duty, to comb over every bit of evidence you heard, to consider it, to give it the attention it deserves. The attention, the scrutiny, the weight it deserves. You don't have to like Miss Adams. You don't have to like the way she testified today and yesterday, but you do have to give her and her testimony the attention it deserves. You heard from her about what happened in that room on December 2nd. She said he entered the room, slapped her, put her in a headlock, said some things to her. I suggest if you remember how she was testifying, I think the way she was testifying to that lends some to her credibility. She was taking her time. She was looking. She was trying to remember things. As the defense counsel predicted, one of the things I'm going to say is that Miss Adams was the only witness you heard from about what happened in that room. You have defense's witnesses who said what happened afterwards, but if you remember Miss Adams' testimony, she said that was after she had an opportunity to kind of put herself together. She said she cried, she changed her clothing, she kind of started packing. The question you may be having is, why would she act that way? Why was she going out and smiling? Well, I'd suggest to you that all the people she was around are people that have known Mr. Diggs much longer than they've known her. I'd suggest you even consider the relationship she had with Mr. Diggs. He was sometimes lover, a boss, landlord. He was a athlete, a celebrity, financially powerful, surrounded by people that were all on his payroll that liked him. That when you put that all in consideration, her behavior does make sense in that it was her way of continuing on past that. And she told you that they had a complicated relationship. She said they argued all the time. So that might also make sense as to why she texted them afterwards saying, hey, trying to make amends or trying to figure things out, why she gave the birthday present afterwards. In this case, you heard 4 kind of things, right? You heard things that weren't evidence. The openings, these closings, questions, things that were stricken. Those are things that aren't evidence. They can kind of give you some context, but those aren't the evidence in and of themselves. You heard the actual evidence. That was the testimony from the witnesses, the videos, photos, and you'll be able to see also all those text messages. The third thing you're going to hear, so things that aren't evidence, things that are evidence, and the law. The judge gave you some preliminary law at the start of the case. She's going to now, once closings are done, instruct you on the full law. I ask that you give her the same attention that you've given to all the evidence, and you've given the same attention to both attorneys during their closing. You give the judge that attention when she reads the law. And there's a fourth thing that you're going to need to pay attention and listen to and consider, and that's each other. When you guys are done here, once I finish, once the judge reads the law to you guys, it'll be your job to go into that room and deliberate on this case. When you go in that room, it's up to you guys how you want to run it. There's no manual, there's no guide, there's no schedule of how you guys are going to come to your decision and reach your verdict. And no one is going to make sure you're doing it one way. What I would suggest you guys do, and you guys can do whatever you want, this is just my suggestion to you. What I suggest you guys do is you don't go in there and just say, all right, let's take a poll right off the bat. I suggest you guys take the time, go over all the evidence, go over each witness, talk about each witness, try and do it both ways back and forth for every witness, not just the Commonwealth's defense as well. Go over every bit of evidence. Really take the time that this case deserves. And also listen to each other. I'd suggest as much as you can, make sure if there's someone that's that's not saying anything, make sure you get to hear from them as well. As I said at the start of this case, that every bit of evidence is important, and that's true. I'd hope that if you guys fairly treat every bit of evidence the attention it deserves, give the analysis, the scrutiny for all the witnesses, all the evidence, and talk amongst yourselves, that you guys will come to the correct verdict. And I would suggest that that verdict is the verdict of guilty on all counts. Thank you very much.
He did the best he could, but nah.
Jurors, you are about to begin your final duty, which is to decide the fact issues in this case. Before you do that, I will instruct you on the law. It was obvious to me throughout this trial that you faithfully discharged your duty to listen carefully to all the evidence and observe each of the witnesses. I now ask you to give me that same close attention as I instruct you on the law. My function as the judge in this case has been to see that this trial was conducted fairly, orderly, and efficiently. It was also my responsibility to rule on what you may consider as evidence and to instruct you on the law which applies in this case. It is your duty as jurors to accept the law as I stated to you. You should consider all my instructions as a whole. You may not ignore any instruction or give special attention to any one instruction. You must follow the law as I give it to you, whether you agree with it or not. It was the duty of the attorneys in this case to object when the other side offered evidence which that lawyer believed was not admissible under our rules of evidence. They also had an obligation to ask to speak with me at the judge's bench at sidebar about questions of law, which the law requires me to rule on out of your hearing. The purpose of such objections and rulings is not to keep relevant information from you, just the opposite. It's to make sure that what you hear is relevant to this case and that the evidence is presented in a way that gives you a fair opportunity to evaluate its worth. You should not draw any inference, favorable or unfavorable, to any attorney for objecting to proposed evidence or asking me to make such ruling. That is the function and the responsibility of the attorneys here. Now, your function as the jury is to determine the facts of this case. You alone determine what evidence you believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions to draw from that evidence. In making these determinations, you are to use your common sense, life experience, and good judgment. You are to decide what the facts are solely from the evidence admitted in this case. In evaluating the evidence and determining the facts, keep in mind that we all tend to perceive information and form opinions based on our own personal experience and background. This tendency may cause us to hold bias, of which we may or may not be conscious. And as I previously instructed you, you must not allow bias, whether held consciously or subconsciously, to interfere with your ability to fairly evaluate the evidence, apply the law as I instruct you, or render a fair and impartial verdict based on the evidence before you. The evidence consists of the testimony of witnesses as you recalled it, and documents or other things that were received into evidence as exhibits may also be considered. Of course, the quality or strength of the proof is not determined by the sheer volume of evidence or the number of witnesses. It's the weight of the evidence that is important. Some things that occurred during a trial are not evidence, and you may not consider them as evidence in deciding the facts of the case. The complaint itself is not evidence. A question put to a witness is never evidence. Only the answers are evidence. Also, you may not consider any answer that I struck from the record and told you to disregard. Do not consider such answers. Anything that you may have seen or heard when the court was not in session is not evidence. The opening statements and the closing arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are only intended to assist you in understanding the evidence and the contentions of the parties. If your memory of the testimony differs from the attorney's, you are to follow your own recollection. You should not consider anything I have said or done during the trial as any indication of my opinion as to what your verdicts should be. In evaluating a witness's testimony, you have to decide what testimony to believe and how much weight to give that testimony. You should give the testimony of a witness whatever degree of belief and importance that you judge it is fairly entitled to receive. You are the sole judges of the credibility of a witness. You may believe everything a witness says, part of it, or none of it. If there are any conflicts, discrepancies, or inconsistencies in the testimony, you should examine them carefully. You may consider whether a witness was candid or guarded, responsive or evasive, and whether the testimony is reasonable or unreasonable, probable or improbable. You may take into account how good an opportunity a witness had to observe the facts about which the witness testifies and whether the testimony seems accurate. You may also consider evidence, if any, about a witness's motive for testifying, whether a witness displays any bias in testifying, and whether or not a witness has any interest in the outcome of the case. In deciding whether to believe a witness and how much importance to give a witness's testimony, you must look at all the evidence, drawing on your own common sense, life experience, and good judgment. Consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you have gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Keep an open mind until then. Once you have determined the facts, apply the law, as I explained it to you, to the facts in order to decide the verdicts. Now, there are two types of evidence which you may use to determine the facts of the case: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. You have direct evidence where a witness testifies directly about the fact that is to be proved based on what he claims to have seen or heard or felt with their own senses. And the only question is whether you believe the witness. You have circumstantial evidence where the witness cannot testify directly about the fact that is to be proved, but you are presented with evidence of other facts. And you are then asked...
They're definitely going to have a verdict today.
...from them about the fact which is to be proved. Let me give you an example.
You have a whole hour to deliberate.
In the morning, she sees the mail carrier...
2 hours, actually.
...evidence that the mail carrier has been to your mailbox. On the other hand, she might tell you only that she sees mail in the mailbox. That's circumstantial evidence that the mail carrier has been there. No one's seen the mail carrier, but you can reasonably infer that the mail carrier has been there since there is mail in the box. The law allows either type of proof in a criminal trial. There are two things to keep in mind about circumstantial evidence. The first one is that you may draw inferences and conclusions only from facts that have been proved to you. The second rule is that any inference or conclusion which you draw must be reasonable and natural based on your common sense and experience of life. If the Commonwealth's case is based solely on circumstantial evidence, you may find the defendant guilty only if those circumstances are conclusive enough to leave you with a moral certainty, a clear and settled belief that the defendant is guilty, and that there is no other reasonable explanation of the facts as proven. The evidence must not only be consistent with the defendant's guilt, it must be inconsistent with his innocence. Whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial, the Commonwealth must prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt from all the evidence in the case. Now, when you consider whether to believe a witness or how much weight to give their testimony, you may consider whether that witness said or wrote something earlier that differs in any significant way from their present testimony in the courtroom. It is for you to say whether there is a difference and how significant any difference is. Please note that you may not use the witness's earlier statement as proof that something said in it is true. So, for example, if a witness testified here that she found a donut but had earlier written that they found a bagel, that earlier statement would not prove they found a bagel, but it might raise doubt as to whether they were accurate and truthful when they testified that they had found a donut. So the earlier statement is brought to your attention for the sole purpose of discrediting or casting doubt on the accuracy of the witness's present testimony here at the trial. It's for you to decide whether it does so. Normally, you may not consider any statement that a witness made in the past which is similar to that witness's testimony in trial. The rule rests in part on our common experience that saying something repeatedly doesn't necessarily make it any more or less true. But we make an exception to that rule where there has been a suggestion that a witness may have recently contrived their testimony. In determining how reliable a witness is who has been accused of recently inventing their testimony, you may consider any earlier statements that the witness made which are consistent with their present testimony. It's for you to say how important the consistency is depending on when any earlier statement was made and any other circumstances that you consider significant. The earlier statement is not itself evidence of any fact that is mentioned in it. To repeat, if there has been a suggestion that a witness recently contrived their testimony at trial, when you evaluate that claim, You may also take into account any earlier statement the witness made which is consistent with their present testimony. The prior statement is relevant only as to the witness's credibility, and you may not take it as proof of any fact contained in it. At this trial, you may have noticed that the defendant did not testify. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof, in this case, is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that he is innocent. The fact that the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether he is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because he did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way, or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant, based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. As I have told you, the complaint against the defendant is only an accusation. It is not evidence. The defendant has denied that he is guilty of the crimes charged in the complaint. The law presumes the defendant to be innocent of the charges against him. The presumption of innocence is a rule of law that compels you to find the defendant not guilty unless and until the Commonwealth produces evidence from whatever source that proves that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts. The defendant is not required to call any witnesses or produce any evidence, since he is presumed to be innocent. The presumption of innocence stays with the defendant unless and until the evidence convinces you unanimously as a jury that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It requires you to find the defendant not guilty unless his guilt has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Your verdict, whether it is guilty or not guilty, must be unanimous. Now, as I've said, the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges made against him. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your mind an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until they are proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is charged with having committed an assault and battery upon Mila Adams. In order to prove the defendant guilty of committing an intentional assault and battery, the Commonwealth must prove three things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant touched the person of Mila Adams. Second, that the defendant intended to touch Mila Adams. And third, that the touching was either likely to cause bodily harm to Mila Adams or was offensive. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove the defendant touched Mila Adams. A touching is any physical contact, however slight. A touching may be direct, as when a person strikes another, or it may be indirect, as when a person sets in motion some force or instrumentality that strikes another. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove that the defendant intended to touch Mila Adams, in the sense that the defendant consciously and deliberately intended the touching to occur, and that the touching was not merely accidental or negligent. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant specifically intended to cause injury to Mila Adams. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove that the touching was either likely to cause bodily harm to Mila Adams or was offensive. A touching is offensive when it is without consent. If the Commonwealth has proven all three elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. The defendant is charged with strangulation. To prove the defendant guilty of this offense, the Commonwealth must prove three things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant intentionally applied pressure on the throat or neck of Mila Adams. Second, that the pressure was substantial. And third, that the pressure interfered with the normal breathing or circulation of blood of Mila Adams. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intentionally applied pressure on the throat or neck of Mila Adams. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant consciously and deliberately intended the touching to occur, and that it was not merely accidental or negligent. You may examine any evidence regarding the defendant's actions or words and all the surrounding circumstances to determine whether the defendant intended to apply pressure to the throat or neck of Mila Adams. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the pressure was substantial. You may consider evidence, if any, about how, where, when, and for what duration the pressure was applied, as well as any evidence of its effect or impact on Mila Adams. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the pressure that was applied interfered with the normal breathing or circulation of blood of Mila Adams. If the Commonwealth has proven all three elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty. Counsel, I'll see you at table.
It is 3 p.m. Court is gonna close at like 4:30. So I want to see how long it take them to make up their mind. First of all, I'm gonna mute this while I do some work in the background. I can't stand that beeping sound. Can't stand it at all. Oh my goodness. Angela called me too. Let me see. Sorry, doing some work in the background. Hey, I'm alive. Oh. Let's go back to this shit again.
It's just not.
Who was looking at her BBL? You're funny. Don't have any updates. Updates. No updates. I'm about to go fucking crazy. Oh, wow. I'm about to pull up this this filing that Cardi B did against Tasha K. Transrena Kiwi. Took her back to court after talking about Offset. I'm like, damn. Offset is not a defendant in the case. Like, that's a whole nother person. He need to go file his own injunction. To me, that's like if somebody live with you, you got to add them as a protected person. Oh, you was talking about my baby daddy or my cousin or whatever. If Cardi B is not gonna be able to, if Tasha K can't talk about just Offset just because she has a baby with them, then that means you can't talk about nobody just because these hoes be out here fucking them. Like, hell no. Oh, let me see. Adversary. Okay, I have the document, right? Oh, there's a reply. Okay. So there's a lot of moving papers in this. Okay. April the 10th, it was filed. All right, let me download that. I think I'm gonna do a whole separate video focusing on this one. There was a response. Download that one, and then there was a reply just filed. Okay, I can do that later. That's all cool. All right, everything is cool. Public. All right. Hmm. Be very interested to see exactly how long it takes the jury to deliberate. And ain't nobody really watching that Julio Fulio case no more because it just got redundant, honestly. We seen that 6 months ago. Same evidence, same theory. We know they did it. Guilty as charged. I mean, even though this Stefon Diggs trial was very short, I find it to be interesting, especially to learn and especially to see how little evidence that they actually had. They only had her statement to the police, which was fabricated. And you know, he get all black men gonna drag black women and they false allegations. Chat. Done. I'm about to look over these Tasha K documents because I am going to do a video, a whole video about this. There's just so many pages. 46, 16, and 28. That's not bad. Okay, you guys, we've been here long enough. I'm about to like take a peek at these documents so I can have an idea of what I'm talking about and have a confidence when I'm reporting on this recent filings in the situation with Cardi B and Tasha K. So I'm gonna end this video and I guess I'll come back later about the jury's verdict. I do believe he will be found not guilty. So I'll take a look at these documents and see you guys later.